Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this virtual session of the 2021 SADC TFCA Network Annual Meeting. My name is Clara Bocchino, and I will be working with the current chair for the SADC TFCA Network and Steering Committee, Mr. Timothy Chana, to take you through the proceedings of the next couple of days. Before we do the official opening, let me just give you a couple of pointers for the virtual meetings. I'm sure you're all familiar with it by now, but just a quick reminder to please have yourself muted unless you are tasked or asked to speak. And also, for the sake of people that may not have a strong bandwidth, keep your video off at all times unless you are again asked or tasked to speak. If you have an intervention to make at any given time, please use your raise the hands function or use the chat box to put in any comments. You're very welcome as we get along to introduce yourself on the chat box so we all have an idea of who you are. So you can start now, use your chat box. I see somebody has already started to tell us who you are, where you're calling in from, where you're working, and maybe what's your interest in SADC TFCAs. And also for those of you who do not want to listen to the English the whole time, or for whom the official language is different, we have, according to SADC meetings, a translation in both French and Portuguese. So the way you access this is by clicking on your icon in your bar on the right, at the bottom of your screen, and select which language do you want to listen into, whether it is French or Portuguese, considering that most of the interactions will be in English. If there is a comment or a presentation for somebody in French or Portuguese and you're not familiar with those languages, you can select English and you will receive the translation in the interpretation in English. What is important in order to avoid conflict is that you always select mute the original language function, because otherwise you will hear both the interpretation and the original language that is being spoken in the meeting. So please choose your language and mute the original language. The interpreters for today are Chris Mukenge and Bas Angelis for French, and Geraldo Saranga and Carlos Rebello for Portuguese. Thank you very much for attending today. I would like to pass the word to our chair, Mr. Timothy Chana from Malawi. Timothy, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Clara, and let me take the opportunity to welcome all the member states and their representatives to this meeting. I also recognize that there are other non-SADC members, states agencies that are here with us today. Also welcome to all the international collaborating partners and implementing agencies that join us for the meeting today and tomorrow. My name, as Clara mentioned, Timothy Maseko Chana, working with the Department of National Parks and Wildlife in Malawi. So basically, I'm the TFCA focal point for Malawi. And I'd like to mention before we proceed that perhaps due to the overwhelming attendance, if I may say, which is good for the network, perhaps may be limited chance or we may not be able to provide the opportunity for everybody to introduce themselves, but I'm sure in the course of our interaction and discussion, we'll possibly get to know who is within the meeting room. So actually, let me take the pleasure to welcome you all to this year's SADC TFCA meeting. Our last meeting was which was a physical meeting, actually was held in in 2018, and that was in Southern Africa Wildlife College, where we had a good session of 4 days. And those were good times where we could all come together as a network. But as we are all aware that the COVID pandemic has not spared our region, that is why today we are having to meet virtually, because we cannot afford to get to one place for this kind of meeting. Again, last year we did not use this classic meeting formula, but had the first open webinar series, which lasted for about 10 weeks, and we were having 2 appointments per week, where on Tuesdays were dedicated for presentations from different presenters, and then we could have Thursdays for discussion. We found it to be a very great success, and we recognize that it took quite an effort behind the scenes for different members of the team to coordinate sessions, coordinate the speakers, and we are hopeful that we're gonna be able to achieve a successful meeting again this time around, despite that the events being more dispersed throughout the year. So for this, we need indeed the assistance or the help from our partners and the projects in the SADC TFCA. So we hope to find this year's arrangement and format to be suitable and the content to be interesting for all of us who are in this meeting. We are also hopeful that we can contribute to the knowledge sharing during the discussion times after each presentation. And so we look forward to really a great and successful meeting for the 2021 SADC TFCA network meeting. So before I give the word to the SADC TFCA unit, let me just refresh ourselves that as Clara has mentioned, we need to observe the meeting etiquette for just to make sure that we have a smooth meeting by at least ensuring that our microphones and videos are kept to off so that we run this meeting smoothly. Having reached this far, I really want to say a big welcome to everyone who is here. And I would like to now hand over to Director for FNRA, who will give their remarks. I understand he is with us in this meeting. Director for FA and NRA, NR, Southern Africa Development Community, Bana Domingos, if you can take the floor now. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Timothy. Sorry, can I just remind everybody to stop sharing your video right now, especially if you're having breakfast? Please switch off your video. Thank you. Right, thank you so much, Timothy. Back to you.
Clara, I think maybe director is not in yet. In that case,
Nunes.
No, in that case, I think we'll wait, but I'll hand over to Nunes to maybe just inform us. We can maybe have the official opening a bit later when, well, the welcome remarks a bit later when the director is in.
Yeah, thank you. Nunes.
Hi, Clara, sorry for interrupting. I was just suggesting that we can record for the cloud so that we can share the recording. The co-host will will also be recording at the same time.
I'm recording to the cloud.
Yes, everybody.
Is it?
Yes, we're all, the
Okay.
meeting is being recorded so that
All right.
it will be made available afterwards for the
All
participants.
right. Thank you.
Well, Timothy, it's back to you. I think we're gonna then proceed with the rest of the workshop and wait until the director joins us to see if we can, and then he's gonna make his welcoming remarks. Timothy, thank you.
Thanks very much. I understand that we, in this case, we indeed have to proceed, and perhaps we can allow that once the director is joined, then we can also give the opportunity for him to give his remarks. At this juncture, I would then like to mention that, as we are aware, Clara, you are facilitating this meeting on today, and as such, I would like to hand over to you. I think as chair, we would like to come in here and there where I think we need to make a contribution, but I would like to hand over the floor now to Clara to take us to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for your welcoming remarks. Yes, of course, the floor is always open to the chair to make any comments or ask any questions. So without much further ado, let's proceed with the first session of today's interactions. When Nunes Mazivile, who is the TFCA's advisor to the SADC Food and Agriculture and Natural Resources Directorate, will take us through the objective of the meetings and also give us an update on the SADC TFCA's related meetings that have happened over the past 2 years. Nunes, the floor is yours. You can tell me when you want me to skip the page. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Clara. Good morning, everyone. As Clara indicated, I will be bringing to you the objectives of this meeting, as well as the update on the many decisions that have been made throughout the development of the TFCA approach. Clara, please, can we move? Okay, talking about objectives, essentially we have got 5. The first one is that SADC Secretariat, the member states, the ICPs, and all of us will be sharing the progress that has been made on various ongoing projects, as well as programs on TFCA's sustainable management. We have noted also that the TFCA network is the best platform to share information. In this regard, we would like to acquire new views from the members on how to turn this network much more sustainable than it is now. We do also have a set of TFCAs under category B and C. Through this TFCA, we would like to strengthen our communication and collaboration with them in order to play their role as TFCAs. But we have been discussing throughout this process on the value of TFCAs. Thus, in this meeting, in this 2 days meeting, we will be sharing the outcomes from this value study that is still ongoing. But we cannot also we will not also that there are events that are happening regionally and also internationally, and thus we will be updating on our preparation to African Protected Areas Congress, which will take place next year in Kigali, Rwanda. But also there's a SADC TFCA summit that is being prepared to take place next year. Essentially, in these 2 days meeting, we will be discussing around these 5 objectives. Now I will turn my attention to the update on what are the main decisions that have been made. In December 2020, there was a technical committee on wildlife that was held virtually in Maputo. But also in this year, there was a joint ministerial meeting of ministers responsible for environment, natural resources, and tourism in June 2021 that was held also virtually. So basically, this will be the discussion this morning. Clara, next. In December 2020, the Technical Committee on Wildlife decided and directed to the SADC Secretariat to conduct the value study of SADC TFCAs, but also urged the member states upon request to provide to the consultant the necessary information so that this process goes smoothly. There has been hired a firm called Prime Africa that now is working in this assignment. Weeks ago, I would say by end of September, we introduced this firm to the member states as a consultant. So we would like to request member states and everyone to come together and provide the precise information in this regard. So in this meeting, we will be presented the outcomes of this assignment so far. Please, let's proceed. It was also decided by the Technical Committee on Wildlife that this development of toolbox for TFCAs must proceed. And the Technical Committee directed to SADC Secretariat to engage with member states and by April 2021, provide the outcomes for national consultation process. This process hasn't been done yet. Still, we understand that it's a long process to happen. In July 2021, SADC Secretariat endorsed another letter to member states requesting them to submit the outcomes for their national consultation by 31st August 2021. And prior to that deadline, another kind of reminder was sent to member states. As I mentioned, this is a long process. We understand that member states are still working in this process. Anytime there will be the outcomes from the member states in regard of development of toolbox for TFCA's engagement of communities. Next slide, please. The ministers on wildlife and tourism that met in June this year decided on the TFCA, but noting that the steering committee that met in October 2020 advised on the need for member states to reaffirm the commitment in order to host the summit, but also they called the review of concept with the new proposed dates, objectives, and financial commitment by all stakeholders. So far, SADC Secretariat has prepared a roadmap for this for the TFCA summit, and also the minister reiterated to recommend the council for SADC to hold the summit. Of course, the summit, the council that was held in Malawi in August 2020 endorsed the need of hosting this summit. So far, we have been, as I said, the concept note has been reviewed, hasn't been shared yet, and the roadmap has been developed, but also a letter updating Malawi on this event has been sent. Clara, let's move, please. Another decision that was made by ministers on revision of the SADC TFCA program, on which the ministers noted that the 37 SADC TFCA Wildlife Committee recommended the need of revision of the TFCA program to reflect lessons learned, the current priorities, the line developed, as well as the concept by the network, which will outline elements to be included in the new TFCA SADC program. This means that this process has been started through the TFCA value study that is almost ongoing, and this let's proceed, Clara. And thanks to the fund made available by GIZ, this process is happening. But ministers also noted that the senior official on environment, natural resources, and tourism recommended identification and outlining of clear process of these TFCAs to become listed or delisted in support of continued expansion of SADC TFCA network, as well as a guideline on how to include and list non-SADC partners to TFCA. So this was one of the issues that was raised during the joint meeting of ministers. Clara, next, please. Another important decision that was made, still regarding on the review of the TFCA program, Minister directed to SADC Secretariat to commission a review of SADC TFCA program, but also to mobilize the support to review this process. As I mentioned, GIZ through Climate and Natural Resource Management Program is undertaking this assignment. Clara, next. Another important decision that was made was on implementation of SADC Tourism Program 2020-2030, on which Minister approved the costed action plan and proposed the human resource capacity and resource mobilization strategy in the implementation of SADC Tourism Program 2020-2030. Exception was made on addressing Univisa, working permit, and customs to be addressed by relevant ministerial committees. So this ministerial meeting didn't decide on these specific matters that I mentioned here, but they decided only on the approved costed action plan. Clara, next. Minister also urged member states to submit their inputs to feasibility study by 31st August 2020, and direct SADC Secretariat to produce a clear roadmap for hosting the Banded Southern Africa program by 31st August 2020. I would like to mention here that this roadmap has already been developed by a consultant that was hired by SADC Secretariat, and it was also recommended convening extraordinary SADC tourism meeting to deliberate on the Banded Southern Africa subject to approval by Council in August 2020. So in this regard, yes, the extraordinary meeting has been approved to happen, but prior to that, there will be a technical committee on tourism that will happen early next November. So basically, these are the main updates that I would like to bring to this audience so far. Next, please. And I thank you for your kind attention. I submit, Chair and Clara.
Thank you very much, Nunes. Can you please start your video? There is a question already for you, and there might be more coming up, so people can see your face, since we haven't formally and sort of face-to-face met yet. So there is a question in the chat box from Nambo Ipinde, who is the TFCA coordinator for Namibia, so representing Namibia during this meeting. She asks, kindly clarify what needs to be done with regards to the toolbox on community engagement in TFCAs. Have you got a comment for Josephine? Nambo, sorry.
Thank you very much, Namibia, for this important question. You may recall that in 2019, this issue was brought in Arusha in October, and member states indicate that they wouldn't make a decision and wouldn't submit to the minister to decide on this matter, since there was a need to do a national consultation. Again, it was submitted to member states to do their national consultation on this matter. So far, SADC Secretariat hasn't received yet any comment from member states on what is the position, so that we can inform the statutory meetings. So this is the situation so far. Everything is on member states' decision to guide us. We will be consolidating all views that will come, I mean, all the outcomes that will be submitted by member states. I submit and thank you.
Thank you. Nambo, you're welcome to unmute yourself. Does the clarification of Nunes help with your question, or is there any follow-up question you would like to ask?
Yes, Clara, good morning, everyone. I would like to recall this toolbox, and by then there were guidelines when they were developed. And then I remember, I think in a meeting in Windhoek in the Technical Committee on Wildlife and Tourism in Windhoek, I remember South Africa asked that they do internal consultation, and there was a due date for that because this process went through a lengthy, and we had inputs even then it was adopted at the network level. I'm just not sure whether there was an agreement at the meeting in Arusha in terms of the time frame, because I think we need to decide what do we do with the toolbox, because it seems to be a recurrent issue, which we do not seem to conclude. But all I should say is that there were quite good consultation, even with the consultancy, even some, I think 2018 in Joburg, and then there was a validation. Was there no due date? Because sometimes no submission means there is no further input.
Thank you very much, Nambo, for this. So Nunes, are you aware of a due date for the consultation process to finish so that those the community engagement toolbox can be finalized? What is the current status? I mean, or are you going to keep in this open process for long?
Thank you very much, Clara. I'm not aware on that. I would like to SADC Secretariat would wish to be guided by member states on how to chart the way forward, and I submit it. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that, I see that Dr. Govish, who's the director of FUN, has joined the meeting and he has a raised hand. So Director, you're welcome to intervene and make a contribution to the current discussion, and follow that with your welcoming remarks to complete the official openings of this meeting. Thank you, Director.
Yes, thank you very much, and sorry to come late. We're having some hiccups in internet here at SADC House. So I was trying to use other means, but I didn't positively connect. Now it has been reestablished, and I hope it will continue like that. I was coming to the question that was put by Namibia, which reflects the discussion held since even before 2019. This process has been deeply discussed with the member states. There was a validation meeting, I think, in South Africa, in Joburg, if I'm not wrong. In 2019, during the technical committee on wildlife, the guidance that we have received was that we should not submit the guidelines, the two guidelines, to the decision of the ministers that were meeting in October, because there were need for further internal consultations. The guidance was that the member state would come back with their inputs. I think it was, the deadline was February 2020. We have been following that. That has not happened. And I think in the last technical committee, again, this issue was discussed, and another deadline was proposed, which we have overcome that deadline again I mean, the final guidance has to come from the member states. You will recall that when this was produced, these two documents were produced, as Namibia has well indicated, it was guidelines. And from the discussions that we had with the member states, the word guidelines was taken out because it was felt that it was strong and it would be seen as an obligation for the member states to follow. And then the name of toolkit was proposed. We thought that probably by bringing the name of toolkit, it would facilitate, but we have not progressed so far. But we have been closely engaging with member states to come up. As Nunes has indicated, no reaction has been provided. We will be following, because this has to be approved by the Technical Committee on Wildlife. And we'll be following this in the next technical committee. We pray that with this discussion here in this network meeting, probably some sensitization could be done for the member state to come up actively and approve it or endorse it in the next technical committee so that it could be channeled to the ministers for the final approval. They are really very important documents, and time is really passing, and it would be good really to approve them so that the member state could implement, submit.
Thank you very much, Director, for that clarification. And I've jotted it as a point of note to maybe put into the list of items coming out of this meeting for the steering committee to discuss further and finalize. Thank you, Director. There is just one more comment coming from Professor Munishi from Tanzania, who says he's listened to the presentation. He feels like TFCAs are more about tourism and wildlife. Is there anything on ecosystem approach? And following up on that comment, he says, I believe we could go better by considering socio-ecological systems, people, and natural resources. This is a comment. I don't know, Nunes, if you would like to take it on, or Director, while you're here, for a point of clarification for Professor Munishi.
Thank you, Clara. If that allows me, I would like to give the floor to Director to come on that. Thank you.
No, it will be just a comment. The gurus of this process are here. Nambo was here and everyone is here. This is fully part of the implementation of TFCA program. The aspects related to people and natural resources are fully part of that. So the comment is well taken, and I think this is contributing towards that. Just to say, and I think probably Nunes will or has already provided that information, that we are now in the process of revising the TFCA program, which was approved in 2013, so that we capture the new dynamic in the process of conserving natural resources, wildlife, but also having the people at the center of our work. So the comment is well taken. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director. And I think that next presentation from the previous chair, Mozambique, will help to clarify also a bit of the history of the SADC TFCA network and program. Director, at this point, I really would like to make the most of having you in session with us. I know that you have a busy schedule and calendar for today. Would you like to give us your welcoming remarks and before we move forward with the report from the previous chair? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought now that we have started probably going to the introduction, it will be going back, but if you insist, I will be happy to do that because we were ready for this meeting. Again, let me apologize for joining you very late. Dear SADC Chair, the Republic of Malawi, dear representatives of SADC member states, dear members of SADC TFCA Network, dear SADC International Cooperating Partners, dear participants and all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. We are very honored as SADC Secretariat to officiate this meeting, which is the TFCA Network annual meeting, which is happening virtually, as you know, due to COVID. We know that COVID situation is improving. We really pray that it continues improving so that we go back to our face-to-face meeting, which are really very crucial, because although the virtual meetings are cost-effective, they are missing some part in terms of the interaction so that we maximize this meeting. So I'm looking forward to have the next TFCA meeting face-to-face. The SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan 2020-2030 recognize the TFCAs as important area for regional cooperation, as it contributes to the attainment of the strategic objective, which talks to sustainable utilization and conservation of natural resources and effective management of environment. And these would be achieved through integrated cross-border natural resources management arrangements, covering terrestrial, coastal, and marine ecosystems. We know that we are still lagging behind in terms of the coastal and marine ecosystem, but the aim is to reach them. These areas are also part of the 18 TFCAs that exist in the region. The SADC TFCA program that I've just talked about some few seconds ago provides guidance on the management and development of TFCAs. And this is a tool to operationalize the SADC protocol on wildlife conservation and law enforcement, but also other relevant protocols like the protocol on forestry, fisheries, and shared water courses. Currently, we are in the process of reviewing the SADC TFCA as directed by the last joint meeting of ministers responsible for environment, natural resources, and tourism that was held this year in June. And in this regard, we welcome your usual valuable inputs to this process to ensure that the revised program addresses all the gaps necessary for advancing or improving the TFCA establishment, management, and development in the region. As we remark our 20 years of SADC TFCA establishment and development in the region, in which TFCAs have demonstrated beyond doubt to SADC member states and stakeholders to have become a practical demonstration of regional integration, your critical and immense contributions into this success cannot be unappreciated. On behalf of the SADC Secretariat, we would like to convey our appreciation for your tireless efforts, contributions, and support. It would really be impossible to have reached where we are now without your inputs. In particular, this platform is really very critical. This platform has been a think tank, and important platform for information exchange, creation of synergies, and resource mobilization for TFCA development, among others. And we do apologize if we miss you, but we just want to highlight some of our relevant partners. We appreciate the continued support from the federal government of Germany through BMZ. We urge you all to continue supporting TFCAs through your direct technical expertise and financial contributions, and also through the SADC financing facility. As you are all aware, this facility is fully operational now, and we are also looking for the operationalization of SADC Wildlife Rangers and Managers Program that it is in the final stage of agreement between ourselves, IUCN and KFW. Nevertheless, the challenges we are facing today in sustaining TFCA's ecology, which are real and true, are enormous, and COVID-19 pandemic has compounded to these challenges. We believe that together we can overcome these challenges. This meeting, ladies and gentlemen, aims to appraise you on the progress that we have made since our last meeting, and as it is indicated in this 2 days meeting program, you'll be able to take stock of the progress made in the implementation of different TFCA programs, including the TFCA financing schemes, TFCA value study, and you will be able to participate on the discussions aimed at upgrading the TFCAs from category B and C to A. We are really dreaming to have all the 18 with all the agreements and full operational. So once again, SADC Secretariat would like to thank you again for giving your best in supporting the development and sustainable management of TFCAs and local communities living within and outside or close to TFCAs through community development programs. SADC Secretariat continues to recognize this platform and bank on it in ensuring future prosperity of TFCAs in the region. Critical inputs from this meeting will be communicated to the SADC statutory structures. The majority or a significant part of the members of these TFCA are the decision makers within those SADC statutory meetings or platforms. And through the discussion that we're having now, I'm sure that they will be more sensitized to be able to fast track the decision-making process or improve the decision-making process so that the impact can be improved. As I conclude, I wish you all a productive meeting and deliberations, and we are eagerly waiting to receive your constructive inputs as usual for sustainable management and development of TFCAs in the region. I thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Zikomo kwambili. Muito obrigado. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Director, for those very important words and for setting up this meeting on the path that is supposed to be for the next couple of days. And yes, indeed, let's hope that we keep on getting better and better so that we can go back to a face-to-face meeting like we were used to previously. Right, so to conclude the first session, I would like to invite Mr. Cornelio Miguel, who is a TFCA coordinator for the National Agencies for Conservation Areas in Mozambique, and as in his position also the previous chair of the SADC TFCA Network. Cornelio, you're welcome to unmute yourself and also use your video if you want to, either while you're presenting or afterwards in the Q&A session. And you're welcome to please tell me when you need me to switch to the next slide. Thank you, Cornelio.
Thank you, Lisa, and good morning to all. And through our chair of the meeting, I will share some notes of what happened on the course of between last year and today, is what has been happening in the network, the TFCA network. Can we go to next slide, please? Thank you. So the content of the presentation will be basically be the following items: the overview of the SADC TFCA program on SADC TFCA network, the network governance, and we'll also talk about the steering committee meetings and decisions, support to ongoing SADC process, network knowledge management and TFCA support, knowledge management, vision, and process. Next. So come to the overview of the SADC TFCA program and SADC TFCA network. The mission is to develop SADC into a functional and integrated network of transfrontier conservation areas where shared natural resources are sustainable, co-managed, and conserved to foster the socioeconomic development and regional integration for the benefit of those living within and around TFCA and making at the large. Next. So there are 7 key elements of the SADC program, which range from the advocacy and harmonization, the enhancement of financing mechanism for TFCA, capacity building for TFCA stakeholders, establishment of data and knowledge management systems, enhancement of local livelihoods, reducing vulnerability to the effects of climate change, and development of TFCA into marketable regional tourism products. Next. So this map illustrates the 18 TFCA divided into 3 categories. The category A, we have 8 TFCAs, and this category as TFCAs that have treaties signed by the heads of the states. The second category is the category B, where we have emerging TFCA. And in this category, we have 4 as listed there. And the last one is category C, in which we have 6 TFCA. And in this category C, these are TFCA which have no formal kind of engagement and agreements that will put the member states together as to manage the landscape. Whereas category B, we have some sort of memorandum of understanding of some kind of agreements that have been signed among or between the member states. Next. The SADC TFCA network is driven by a triad in which you have the purpose, the people, and the practice that governing this network. Starting with the purpose, so it's to overcome the TFCA challenge through shared learning, knowledge management, and collaboration. Next. So the second pillar is about how do we do it? I mean, who are the people involved in this management of the network? So currently there are 600 members subscribed to the network portal, and the network is open to groups or individuals that intend to participate. And also it's guided and led by steering committee. This is one of the committees that we're having, and comprised of the focal points from the SADC, I mean, the TFCA focal points from all SADC member states and the SADC secretariats. So in summary, it's like we have about 50% of the government and 50% of the composition of the network of NGOs, donors, academia, private sector, and community representatives. Next. So how do you do it? I think we have engagements we have heard from the previous speakers at the virtual and face-to-face meetings and symposia. And there's information exchange, development of online communication platform for network members and public websites that happened in 2014. And that there's a portal. If anyone wants to log in and get more information, can just use the site that they described. So there is a mobilization of resources. We have the TFCA financing facility. I think we'll have more details in the further presentations. There is establishment of regional community of practice, which assists with the monitoring and evaluation, data management, tourism, training, capacity building, and also preparation of recommendation to SADC decision-making bodies. So this being the Technical Committee on Wildlife, the ministerial committees, or the ministers of natural resources, tourism, and any other that is known to be official part of it. So the participation to leading global events for conservation, like the UCN events, the CITES, and the CBD events. There's also contribution to the guidelines and framework development. So this it's on the establishment and development of TFCA, tourism concessions, community engagement guidelines, monitoring and evaluation framework, cross-border tourism product, and in 2021, the values of TFCA study. Next. So there were some decisions which have been taken along this process. We'll start with the steering committee meetings held almost a year ago in October last year. It was a virtual meeting, and was only one decision which was made there, in which the committee endorsed the concept note and directed the secretary to commission a review of the SADC TFCA program and mobilize the resource support review process, including the following elements: include the component of shared natural resource management, outlining a clear process for TFCA to become listed, to support the continued expansion of SADC TFCA network. Also clear define how TFCA should be listed when also involving non-SADC member states. Next. Then we had the privilege of starting the TFCA financing facility in September last year. So all the meetings were virtual. In this first project steering committee, there were two decisions made. The first one, the steering committee approved convening of the second steering committee and also approved the agenda for that steering committee to be, which was held on 6 October 2020. In the agenda, we had also to adopt the inception report, approve inception work plan, and approve official launch of the financing facility, and also agree the dates for the third steering committee to approve the annual budget and other items identified. And the second decision had to do with the approval of the governance of to conduct the project steering committee meetings and adopted the terms of reference for the project steering committee. Next. So the second project steering committee took place on the date that was proposed during the first project steering committee. And the decisions made, the first one was that the steering committee commended the project executing agent on the work done during the inception of the financing facility, noted the progress made in the establishment of the TFCA financing facility, approved the project inception report, inception work plan, and also inception budget, and official launch of the TFCA. And we can all recall it happened in France, Marseille, on the 5th of September, almost a month ago. And also the implementation of the fast tracking mechanism and the TFCA financing facility. And also directed project executing agents to develop implementation modalities for the fast track mechanism as part of the project operation manual for consideration and approval next steering committee. You may recall here that on the 28th September, we had the validation meeting of the operation manual as part of the tools for the SADC financing facility, TFC financing facility. Next. Next, please, Clara. Okay. So no, one slide back. Okay, on the third steering committee, which was held on 17 February this year, there were some decisions made. One was to do with, I think there should be one missing up there, Clara. There should be one decision where the steering committee adopted. No, next slide, please. The first decision, it was the steering committee adopted the report to the implementation of the SADC TFCA financing facility, and the second one was to that the steering committee approved the framework for the operation manual, and the proposed annex, I think, and was the third decision whereby the steering committee approved implementation modality for the fast track funding mechanism. And the fourth one had to do also with the approval of the TFCA financing facility brochure submitted to further quality checks and validation. The fifth decision had to do with the key message of the launch as the fast track mechanism, and also the timing for the official launch during the first week of May, but this happened in September, as I mentioned before, on the 5th September in France. That would coincide probably during that time in the first call for the COVID response application, which was then launched in 15 June this year. The sixth decision had to do with the work plan and the budget, in which the steering committee approved the work plan for the period January to December 2021, and also the budget for the period January to December 2021, with the first call for COVID response grant application. Next. So regarding the support ongoing SADC process, so there is integration of SADC TFCA monitoring and evaluation framework in the SADC as a wide monitoring and evaluation system. So this comprises of the SADC TFCA monitoring and evaluation framework, which was endorsed in 2019. The M&E framework tested in 3 TFCA by the South African Wildlife College, that is ARRTP, Bombo, and Malawi, Zambia, and also the integration to SADC of wide system, which has already started. And also there is a strengthening of the SADC TFCA Network Steering Committee as to ensure a long-term sustainability of the TFCA network. This also comprises of supporting of SADC, supporting SADC Secretariat in increasing their coordination role for the TFCA network and the steering committee, establishment of a TFCA network steering committee working group, on SADC TFCA network sustainability and SADC TFCA financing facility, and also individual follow-up meetings that have been planned as to make sure that we continue doing the work that we're doing once the project that's supporting the network ends, which is TPNR. Next. So we also had sessions of network knowledge and management of the TFCA support. Regarding the knowledge management, so in 2020, SADC TFCA had a series of webinars, which will run between July and September. So there were 2 weekly engagement. On Tuesday, that was the presentation, and on Thursday, we had deep learning sessions. All the sessions are available on YouTube and the SADC TFCA portal. If someone wants to see what happened during those moments, can still recall through these platforms. And a total of 6 people have been participating among chairs, presenters, and experts. And also a total of 150 people participate in total. So with an average of 65 to 7 participants in sessions, and was high registration number for the events. Proceedings are finalized and the current being designed and layouted. Next. So this just to illustrate how the series of plans and how they happened. As we said, there was 1 presentation and also 1 deep learning session. Next. So there was assessment after all the webinar series. How did the participants rate the webinar? So we can see most of people have been happy, or we had a very good feeling or feedback from the participant, in which almost 50% of people responded to that. And also had excellent from about 35 people, and also others rated it being good. But in overall, we can see that we had a good feedback, and people saw that the webinar series were important for interaction, particularly during the COVID moment. How many webinars that people attended? We can see that most of people attended 3 to 5 webinars, others 6 to 10, still others more than 2. A small number attended about 10 webinars. Next. So another question on what type of network engagement should be organized going forward. We can see that they mentioned about the virtual best practice platform. a selected number of projects presented on their outcomes. And also the other number above 6%, it's like we need to have webinars every 2 months and then have different topics. And also others felt like we need to have a virtual TFCA network meetings, possibly spread over morning and in the afternoons. And others also felt like a virtual community exchange that would be good to enhance the knowledge of the members of different TFCAs and also communities of practice in the SADC region. Next, please. About the vision and process of the network. First one is to renew the SADC TFCA network engagement for member states and TFCAs for its continued success and sustainability. I think we did mention some details just before. Or strengthening of the SADC TFCA network steering committee membership by reaching out less active member states and those of category B and C, you can recall from the map that we've just seen, and continue to intensify online engagement with all SADC TFCA network members through different formats and review the community of practice according to current interests by the network members. Next. Yes, I would like to thank you for your attention and also thank everyone who has been supporting Mozambique alongside during the time that in care of the SADC TFCA network. And this report for this presentation was prepared with Clara Nunes, sort of a teamwork. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cornelio, for this exhaustive presentation and a reminder of where we began this journey in 2013 with the SADC TFCA program and the establishment of the network, and how far we've come now. And as Director was reminding us also, we are now embarking on a new journey of reviewing what our history is and preparing for a new phase on sustainability, but also on more interaction, more collaboration between actors in the TFCA field. We are a little bit behind on our schedule, but if there's any burning questions to the presentation by Cornelio, I will take them now. You can either raise your hand or type it into the chat. I'll give you a minute. I don't see any hands. So thank you very much, Cornelio, once again for your presentation. Let's move into the next session. You see it's a little bit of a long one. We'll have a series of presentations which are a reporting back on the TFCAs. The first 5 are today. These are the ones with what we call category A TFCAs based on the presentations you've heard already. So before we go into the individual presentations, there is a little bit of an update from the SADC TFCA M&E framework and implementation, which I will do. As some of you may recall, I was the person tasked to lead the preparation of the SADC TFCA framework with the member states and the M&E working group or community of practice at the time. This was done a few years back, and since then a couple of new phases are worth reporting, especially since the last meeting we had in 2018. So let me start my video as well if it's not too distracting. So up until now, 2 specific phases have happened. The first one was, of course, the preparation and validation of the SADC TFCA M&E framework, We spent about a year drafting the framework through a participatory process. We used 2 of the network meetings to actually interact directly with the steering committee and seek suggestions on indicators and the cycle of the framework, which was instituted as a 5-year cycle of monitoring and evaluation. And then once we had a final version of the framework and set of indicators, which are directly based on the SADC TFCA program as we have it currently, we had a validation process by the Technical Committee on Wildlife and then finally by the Ministerial Committee. This happened at the end of 2017. We then took everything to the SADC TFCA Steering Committee again, and it was decided that it was important to start piloting the M&E framework. The reason why there was a bit of a delay and a gap was really because at the time in which we started to do the M&E framework, SADC as an institution also started to do an M&E system, which was tasked to report on the indicators based on the protocols and the regional indicative development plan. So we were under the impression that we could easily integrate the 2, but this of course took a little bit more time because the SADC team was actually busy preparing the whole framework that would host the entire regional system, which if you know something about preparing frameworks for M&E online, then you'll know that it would take some time. So we had a bit of a lag, and then in 2018, at the last face-to-face meeting that we had, it was decided that it would be interesting to start piloting at least the indicators with some of the TFCAs that were more interested in the process. So through the GIZ previous program, Transboundary Use and Protection of Biodiversity, a short program was started with the Southern African Wildlife College to pilot the indicators with 3 TFCAs, the Rittesveld, the Limbombo, and the Malawi-Zambia TFCA. But at the same time, to also prepare a training manual and the presentations that go with it, with the understanding that there will be a training session for all the TFCAs once the system is ready to be fully implemented. And so that's what we did between 2019 and early 2021. To prepare the manual, to prepare the presentations, and to arrange for the training with the 3 TFCAs. And they were really experimenting on both the indicators and the training as well. So we got a lot of feedback, and the manual itself was finalized only after the trainings so that we could incorporate the lessons that we had learned during that process. And it actually helped us to develop a system whereby the training could be given both virtually and face-to-face. And in that section, we also updated the indicators. So at the moment, we are busy integrating the system within the SADC-wide M&E system. And we are exploring a couple of solutions. The main requirement is actually that due to the system that SADC is creating, the key performance indicators should be based on the regional indicative strategic development plan, which at the moment they are not. So they originally suggested to use a Lime survey, which was similar to the Survey Monkey, which SAWAC had developed for the piloting system. But then we still explored within their system with their collaboration, which was really great, alternative possibilities, because we were very much aware, and it was very much iterated to us during the training and the piloting, that the question of data security is very important, especially when we're talking about sensitive data on species management. And so we're looking at an internal data collection tool, which we are busy adjusting. That means that there will be some changes from the system that has been tested so far. So for instance, the question that requires skip logic will not be there anymore. We will have to readjust. The content of the questions will not change. It's just the format in which they will need to be answered to that will make the difference. So decisions for the steering committee in that respect is, while we do this process, which we don't know how long it's going to be, because of SADC's capacity to handle 40 plus indicators and put them in the system, will be to either continue to use the Survey Monkey if there is interest from any of the TFCAs to do a proper reporting within the next few months, maybe coming up to the end of this year, or if we can ask SADC to possibly move to the Lime survey, although, it doesn't really change much, and probably because we already have the manual for training on the SurveyMonkey, it will be probably easier to stay on the SurveyMonkey platform, since it's still going to be an interim platform regardless. The other idea would be to use the SADC collection tool, so wait until that is ready. Although what we recently discovered in the latest meeting we had with SADC was that the data collection tool also does not really answer our needs. So we will have to really explore the use of the proper system, the one which really looks at indicators as KPIs. So we will need to rework the KPIs, upscale them a little bit, and then make sure that the system is feasible. The last one, the one that you see on the right with the star, is really the top price. So is where we have all our indicators together in a system that we had agreed with SADC at the very beginning, which is where each TFCA can log in with their own details. Once the data is inputted by the TFCA officer designated for the TFCA, each of the countries will have the possibility to validate the information before it is taken up by the SADC TFCA unit for reporting purposes. So this is where we are at the moment. As I said, we had a couple of interactions with SADC over the past couple of weeks. So we are looking at going for gold in a way, looking at the finalization into KPIs, and we're busy negotiating a timeline for that to happen, I submit. If there are any questions, please use the chat or raise your hand, and I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on. I'm going to stop my video and I will call on to Nambo Mashudu. I think it's Mashudu, to report back on the IR Retroswell Transfer Park for 2019-2021 period. Mashudu, you're welcome to use both your video and your microphone, or just your microphone, depending on your connection. If Mashudu is not at the meeting, Nambo, would you be able to take on the presentation?
Mashudu is not in the meeting. I don't see.
Oh, no, Mashudu is. Sorry, I just saw
okay.
Morning, colleagues.
Okay.
Morning, Mashudu. How are you?
I'm well. How are you? I'm sorry, I thought Nambo is presenting because I have KTP, but I may go on with it if Nambo allows me to.
Nambo, do you allow Mashudu?
Okay, thank you. Let us quickly go through the presentation. That is II's Retroswell Transfrontier Park. Next slide, please. Thank you. With regard to the institutional status, I think one will recall that ARTP is the initiative between the government of the Republic of South Africa, together with the government of the Republic of Namibia. And the ARTP, with regard to its extent, it's approximately 6,222 kilometers square, with around 1,902 kilometers square, which is 31% in South Africa, which is Retroswell National Park, while the rest, 4,320 kilometers square, or 69% of the area, falls under the II's National Park in Namibia. So it falls under category A TFCA because of the MOU, because of the treaty that has been signed in 2003. But before that, it was preceded by the MOU, which was signed in 2001. And maybe to add on that, it's not on the slide. Lauren, someone to mute, please. Which is not on the slide here, the institutional arrangement. We do have the highest structure that is there is the ministerial committee followed by the Joint Management Board of the ARTP and the Joint Park Management Committee. So those three structures are the structures that are responsible for the management of the ARTP. Next slide, please. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Can you see the next one? I thought you were still on the TFCA driven activities.
Yes, can we move to the next slide? I think we are done with yes. Thank you so much. So with regard to the key activities that we drove during the period under review, which is 2019 to 2021, I think it's important to indicate that the meetings, we haven't yet got the ministerial committee meeting for some time, but that is because we normally call ministers meeting when there are political decisions to be taken. But so far from 2019, we only have the JMB meetings as well as the park management meetings that are regularly undertaken. Please move backwards, please. I think the slides are moving.
They're not moving. This was the activities, and then you asked me to go to the funding and financing.
There might be a delay in the video. I will just go back to the activities. It might just take a while for Mashudu to see it.
Okay.
Thank you. There may be a problem with my office with regard to network here. Okay. With regard to funding and financing, I think it's important to indicate. Okay. I need to finish this slide. With regard to the activities that happen on the park, I think it's important to indicate that there are regular joint law enforcement activities that happens between the two countries. And secondly, the community engagement. Since 2019, we had community engagement between the communities across the border. And this is an annual process or program that has been agreed by the JMB, but unfortunately from 2020 and 2021, we could not have that due to border crossing or COVID regulation that will not allow the crossing of borders. But we ensure that the community that are across the border within the parks or beneficiary of the two parks, make sure that at least they engage and participate in the program of the parks. Going forward, I think with regard to the cross-border event, there are two main cross-border events that are there in ARTP. The first one is the Desert Night Cycling event, which the last one, even though it wasn't so huge, was held in 2019, whereas also the second one is the Desert Kayak Trail, which is also a product of the ARTP. So these two cross-border events are crucial for the park, especially for tourism purposes, and the team from both sides own up this event, so it's owned up by them, by the ARTP, and this is one of the events, or these are events that we use to also generate some income. I think it's important to also indicate that with regard to infrastructure, we have got a huge need or challenge with regard to some of the infrastructure that will assist us to complement these cross-border events. Hence, we submitted some concept for funding as called by the IUCN, hoping that if we get approval in some, we'll be able to address some of our infrastructure and thereby increase our participation on these cross-border events. Next slide, please. I think the next slide should be for funding.
Can you see it, Mashudu? I moved funding.
Can come again? Yes, I can't see the slide on the next slide on funding. I think from my side, it's not moving.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. It's taking time. Thank you so much, Lisa. So with regard to funding, what we indicated here is to say we didn't receive any donor funded or any donor funding for the period under review. However, the year previous or prior to 2019, we had a GIZ funded project, which I didn't write it here because it's not falling under the period we are really reviewing now. Then the approved concept was submitted by the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, Namibia, for TFCA financing facility COVID-19 response, and this has been approved. So we hope that with this funding, we are able to assist with regard to certain activities of the ARTP. Secondly, the ARTP, like I said before, through those two cross-border events, the Desert Night as well as the Desert Kayak, it's able to generate some funds. Hence, going forward, you may see in the next slide that I will indicate that we're able to or we want to make sure that at least we improve coordination of this event so that at least we maximize our generation of income. And also, we also receive money for governance from, or the money for governance, it's contributed by the government of the two countries. So it means the MEFT as well as SANParks of South Africa are responsible to finance the coordination of this TFCA. So although it's a challenge, since we lost the international coordinator who was then funded by PPF, wherein all these activities used to be coordinated much easier. So the absence of that warm body who will be focusing only on the coordination of the TFCA. It remains a challenge because myself and Josephine need to oversee this work, which is not easy because we still need to do some other government work that are entrusted on us. Lastly, responding to the question whether we do have a co-management agreement, we indicated that no, we really don't have that agreement in place, and MEFT as well as SANParks are the management authority of the two parks currently. Thank you. Next slide. Yes, with regard to the future plans, I think you may bear with us with regard to this. In the absence of international coordinator, you know, it's also a bit difficult for us to really coordinate this type of presentations, but going forward, Lisa as well as Clara, I think we'll be able to do much better because we still need to consult and we end up not really doing our presentation the way your GLTFCA and the CASA will be having the one body that is responsible for coordination of all activities. On the future plan, we indicated that we believe that we should be able to review the ARTP integrated development plan, which is a document that is a bit old. So we believe that by reviewing this document, we'll be able to have an action plan that would be able to assign certain resources that we'll need. And therefore, when we go out to request donor funding, we will be able to present that from our strategic document that is up to date. We will also want to ensure that we improve our secretariat work. Like I said before, you know, these TFCs without a warm body who's an international coordinator or a secretariat, as you call it in other areas, it poses a challenge with regard to coordination of certain work. I think Lisa and GIZ officials, you know mostly that it's a mission sometimes for us to really coordinate certain minor things that if we had a dedicated individual responsible for the coordination of TFCA, that those challenges will not be there. So with regard to infrastructure development, we will want to ensure that support to Boplatz tourism facility. I think for those who may not be familiar, the Boplatz tourism facility is one of the areas that has been identified and agreed by the Joint Management Board of the ARTP that there should be certain minor structure there to be done so that at least those structures, they will complement our cross-border tourism product like our desert night, our desert kayak. So those structures, one of our priority. We had earmarked that we'll do this with the previous funding, but unfortunately, we could not manage to develop those structures. So it remains our priority. Then with regard to the cross-border events, like I said before, those two cross-border events are key for the survival of the or sustainability of the ARTP. So therefore, we'll need to ensure that we go out and ensure that we request funding or assistance of some sort so that at least these projects are packaged properly so that we generate more income and we are able to drive them. Not like the way we are doing now where their sustainability is a bit questioned due to lack of proper coordination from our side. So we'll have to also consider that. With regard to I've already indicated that with regard to the alien species clearing, we also want to ensure that we upscale our work on removal of prosopis alien species. So it has been part of the program, but we need to ensure that at least we don't relax on that. We always continue doing that as that remain a challenge on the ARTP. And lastly, for the ARTP, we normally have the coordinated law enforcement activities, and which we think we need to really upscale our work on that aspect so that at least some of the challenges that are experienced, especially on the ARTP or on the Orange River, we have the challenge of this net fishing, which remains a problem. So the coordinated or joint patrol or anti-poaching activities will have to be prioritized so that at least we are able to fight that. Last slide, which I think it would be just a map of the ARTP, just showing colleagues who may not be familiar with the area in terms of the extent of the area. Yes, that is the map of the ARTP with Rechtersveld on the south, and on the north of the Orange River, you will see the II hot spring. And on towards the left, you will see that there's a park there, which is not really part of the TFCA, but plans are there to ensure that that area is incorporated into the ARTP, and Namibia is busy with the processes and therefore will be able to update you when everything is done. Thank you, colleagues, and I hope I didn't take your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mashudu, for a very good presentation. I also wanted to remind people that when we did the training for the monitoring evaluation on the RTP, your officers alerted us when we were talking about species monitoring that we also need to monitor for alien species, which is clearly a big problem for you. So we tweaked our indicators slightly to also be able to include those, because you need to, when you talk about ecosystem health, you also need to exclude some species that are unwanted. So thank you very much. And on your last comment, there is actually a question from Lisa, probably the more to Nambo than to you. Just interesting to learn if the two countries are still exploring the inclusion of the Sperrgebiet in the RTP area. Are there any news on that or not yet? Mashudu or Nambo?
Yes. Okay.
Am I audible?
Go for it.
Can
Nambo?
you hear me, Clara?
Yes.
Doesn't seem like.
I can hear you fine. We can hear you well, Nambo. There's just a little bit of delay.
Thank you very much. My network is not that good, but yes, as Mashudu have said, we have started this process for inclusion of the Sperrgebiet as part of the ARTP some years back. But I think it's also important to know that this area have been a mining area. And it was also just gazetted as a national park not long ago because of some areas were not really included in the national park. So as a country, we need to make sure that we put the guiding documents in terms of zoning the area, having the tourism management plan, but also sort out the whole issue of, because this area now have even most of it have been proclaimed as a town. So we are still pursuing that. And once we are done with our internal arrangement within the country, then we will revisit the inclusion of this park in ARTP. But yes, we are still exploring that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nambo, for coming in and giving us that update on your intentions. There is a question from Soto from Mozambique, talking about community engagement. On the existing opportunities, is there any business led by local communities in RTP? Is there any joint incoming activity done by communities on both countries? Would both of you, Mashudu and Nambo, like to answer, Soto? The question is around community engagement and if there are any existing opportunities for business led by local communities or joint incoming activity done by communities in both countries. Thank you.
Maybe before Nambo gets in, what I could say on this aspect is just that, you know, this issue has been prioritized, one of our agenda item on the Joint Management Board. And indeed, you will recall, Josephine, on the previous project, GIZ-funded projects, that we ensure that community have to benefit out of some of the businesses that comes within the ARTP. For example, for cross-border events, like your desert night, we ensure that a sizable number of individuals from communities or from the beneficiary, either side of the border, needs to be employed for that particular period of the events, and they need to benefit with regard to remunerations. So that's how we anticipate that out of all projects or all funding that will have to go, the community have to be prioritized, especially also checking that from South African side, the Rechtersveld National Park, which is the core of the ARTP from South African side, it is wholly owned by the communities. Hence, they also participate in JMB meetings because SANParks is there on contractual basis. So hence, beneficiation for communities is one of our priority. Josephine could add on this. Thank you.
Yes, in addition to what Mashudu said, we have been looking at, as he said, the prosopers, the Alliance Invasive Plant, have been a challenge, especially on our side, on the Namibian side. We have been exploring business opportunity with the local communities, especially to remove the prosopers, but also put an element of business in terms of producing wood. We have started this process 2 years back with the funding from GIZ project. We have equipments which were bought for clearing these prosopers, and we would want to scale up this project. It was put on hold due to COVID-19, but it's one of the projects which we included it as part of impacts or COVID-19 grants from the SADC TFCA financing facility, which have been approved. So it's really one of the projects we want to take on board. And it's obviously going to be led by the communities and provide wood in terms of tourism in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. And yes, thank you also to Mashudu for reminding us that the Rittersveld in South Africa was the first contractual park ever to be established. So the communities are very much part and parcel of decision making. There was a comment or question from Conrad Aveling, but we're 10 minutes behind. Conrad, I hope that Josephine intervention on the post office removal has partially, if not fully, answered your question. If there are still more technical questions or from your side to her on the project, would you mind perhaps contacting her directly and Mashudu and discussing that internally? I think we might go into more technical terms now if we take this on, and we would like to be able to catch up on the time that we are behind on. So if there are no more burning issues, I will move on to the next presentation. Yeah. There is a person called Nadia Berardo who has unmuted herself. Would you like to make an intervention? No? Okay. All right. So thank you very much, both Mashudu and Nambo, for giving us an update on the Rittersveld. And we're going to move on now to the next one, which is the Great Limpopo TFCA. Sorry, just forgive me for a second. I'm going to stop sharing.
Clara, maybe while you are tuning it to the next presentation, there have been a recurrent comment on community engagement and sustainability of some of the activities. I think one thing we need to really, as practitioners in TFCA, one thing we really need to understand, but also learn, is that for community to be developed, for us to be able to assist this community, it shouldn't be a quick intervention, because we are working with the community who do not even have the capacity to run business. So I think it's even very important that we look at bringing in private sector as part of this project for them to be sustainable. But I realize most of the intervention and most of the funding we want to help the community for 6 months or 1 year. And it's just not possible, because you really need to build capacity. We are looking at least finding not forever, but long-term funding to be able to assist communities so that they realize the business opportunity, because you cannot do it in 6 or 1 year project. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the very important comments. An old professor that some of you know keep on saying in different meetings that the problem with community-based natural resource management or community support intervention is not that they are too difficult to implement, it's just that they take time. And so actually they've never really been done properly, because time and the money that goes with time is always a problem. So thank you for that reminder. We're going to listen now to another story of the Great Limpopo TFCA, who also has had a lot of community interaction and work with the communities to provide livelihood support over many years. So I would like to also introduce, for those of you who don't know him yet, Mr. Gunyai Muti, who's the new international coordinator for the GLTFCA, based in Zimbabwe and working under Zimparks for the Peace Park Foundation. So thank you, Gunyai. Welcome to your first interaction with the network as the international coordinator for the GLTFCA, and the floor is yours for your presentation. Thank you, Gunyai.
Thank you very much, Clara. For the previous presenter, I listened with quite interest when they talked about the absence of an international coordinator and how difficult the work has been. I'm glad that the introduction has been made. My name is Gunyai Muti. I'm the new international coordinator, and I'm glad that for Rittersveld Transfrontier Park, I think we'll be able to interact soon and see how best we can help each other in terms of the coordination of your activities. Thank you, Clara. Can we have the next slide? Okay. So I'm going to give the institutional and status update for the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Park. The countries involved are Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. And effectively, this park was formalized through a treaty that was signed by the three presidents of a trilateral agreement that was entered into in December 2002. And in the establishment of the park, there was a phased approach. Initially, I think the concentration was the establishment of what we call the core area, which was focusing on the establishment of the parks, which is the Limpopo National Park in Mozambique, the Kruger National Park in South Africa, and the Gonerejou National Park in Zimbabwe. And when the treaty was signed, it effectively made, it gave the operation of the Great Limpopo core area, which is measuring 37,300 square kilometers. And as we progressed on, there was focus now on the establishment of the broader area, which is the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area. And effectively, we are looking at the establishment of a lot of wildlife-based land, private land. We are looking at communal land. We are looking at corridors. We are looking at an extension beyond the core area that will measure a staggering 100,000 square kilometers, making it the biggest, or maybe one of the biggest wildlife areas of its kind in the world. Currently, the institutional arrangements for the GLTFCA, we're looking at right at the top, we're looking at the ministerial committee, and then we've got the joint management board that is a representation of the different people in the partner countries. And we're also looking at a lower level, what we call the joint park management committees. Currently, Zimbabwe is the current coordinating party for the GLTFCA. So on your left, I think you can see the map that shows you the geographic extent of the GLTFCA. Can we get the next slide, please, Clara? One of the issues, the current engagements under the GLTFCA was to review the current institutional framework. According to the treaty that governs the GLTFCA, Article 9 of this treaty, we have a ministerial committee, we've got the joint management board, and then a coordinating party, which is the country that is responsible for the coordination at a given time, and other bodies that are there. So one of the things that has happened in order to operationalize it and make sure there is more efficiency in implementation was to review and to revise the institutional arrangements of the GLTFCA. And across the board, we're looking at, right from the top level, we're looking at an integrated and alignment arrangement where we're looking at strategic policy level. We're looking at the joint operational level and the park component level, where we've got the political, and then we've got the policy and coordination, where we have our joint management board. A lot of focus currently is on the establishment of the Secretariat of the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area. And a lot of work has or is currently underway through the support of the Resilient Waters Program in terms of the due diligence, sustainable financing, and work that is towards the establishment of the Secretariat. It's a key priority right now. And once that has been achieved, I think a lot of the objectives that we tend to achieve from the treaty will be a lot simpler to implement. And we've also been working on the national TFCA structures and partners, where we have established advisory committees and thematic and integration structures that complement the revised institutional arrangement, where we've constituted a partners forum, which is mainly composed of the partners that finance the activities of the GLTFCA. And then we've got a conservation and wildlife management working group, security and wildlife protection working group, tourism and wildlife, community and livelihoods, and human wildlife conflict. And right at the park component level, the GLTFCA has also established some institutional arrangements that feed into the broader structures. And we have functional joint park management committees. We've got them Unge and Pafuri Sengwe, Limpopo National Park and Kruger National Park Joint Park Management Committee, and the Great Lebombo Conservancy and Kruger National Park Joint Management Committee, which is operational. Can I get the next slide, please? And under this institutional reform, we are looking at the revised role of the Joint Management Board in order to be more focused on policy development, advocacy, and overall guidance of the initiative. And essentially, it's led currently to the establishment of the 4 geographically located joint park management committees, which are under the Joint Management Board, in order to facilitate effective implementation of the initiative. Next slide, please. Right, as requested, probably under the template of this current workshop, we're looking at what new governance documentation has been developed within the GLTFCA between 2019 and 2021. Firstly, we've been able to develop a joint security plan for the Greater Lebombo Conservancy, Kruger National Park, and the Limpopo National Park. We have what we call a lower level plan, which basically guides the rangers and the guys who are at grassroots level in terms of joint security operations. And we have a document that guides the operations that was developed through in February 2021. And then we've got a broader GLTSA joint security management plan for the Greater Limpopo Conservancy, Kruger, and Limpopo National Park that guides the operations of joint security and safety, that was produced in March 2021. Currently awaiting legal processes with the other 3 countries and finalization with the Joint Management Board. We also have Great Limpopo GLTFC wildlife poisoning baseline study that was finalized, and we're working closely with USAID's CATER program in assisting to summarize those findings into a user-friendly document that can be translated into English and Portuguese. We also have the first draft of the GLTFCA wildlife translocation policy and protocol guidelines that was developed as a first key deliverable of the elephant management framework, currently also awaiting the approval of our Joint Management Board. We have a GLTFCA livelihood strategy developed, and it's focusing now on the development on an integrated comprehensive strategy for an implementation using one of our nodes, which is the same with the Pafuri node, as a pilot for testing its feasibility in terms of implementation. And then we also have a very important document, which is a brochure that raises awareness on various processes within the GLTFCA that was completed and currently was also translated to English and Portuguese and has been distributed for the sake of furthering awareness on the GLTFCA to different stakeholders within the landscape. Can I get the next slide, please? Now, in terms of the key initiatives, the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Park has got a total of 10 programs that focus on conservation and wildlife management, security and wildlife protection, land use planning and management, responsible tourism, social economic development, improved land access, integrated water resource and freshwater ecosystems management, marketing, communication and awareness raising, joint training, learning and skills development, and governance and administration. So under those 10 different programs that guide the operations of the GLTFCA, we have a couple of programs that we have prioritized in terms of the way forward strategy and areas of key focus going forward. So under wildlife, the key programs and initiatives that the GLTFCA is focusing on currently is the further implementation of the wildlife translocation program that are currently happening in the 3 countries and the 3 parks. We're also looking at the development of a landscape level GLTFCA elephant management framework and strategy, and the development of a GLTFCA fence strategy. We're also looking at updating the different park management plans for the GLTFCA components, and the development of a joint strategic management plan that will govern the operations of all the different land units that consist of the GLTFCA. Currently, we have had challenges with wildlife poisoning within the GLTFCA, and one of the strategic imperatives is to develop a wildlife poisoning strategy based on the findings and recommendations of the baseline study, which is already in place currently. And we are also looking at the Limpopo Great Lebombo Conservancy and Kruger National Park, establishment of a joint security committee and development of a joint security and resourcing plan. We are looking at Pafuri Sengwe Node joint security committee development, and also a resourcing plan for the Pafuri and Sengwe Node, and the development of a landscape level joint security development tool. Okay. Can I get the next slide, please? Currently, I think in my introductory slide, we talked about the GLTP, the GLTFCA being one of the biggest peace parks of its kind in the world. And they quite get a couple of private wildlife-based land use stakeholders within the TFCA, and government and land use, and all these, I mean, come and consist of the broader GLTFCA. So currently there is work that is being done in terms of the formalization of the Greater Limpopo Conservancy and its integration into the GLTFCA. There's also work spearheaded currently by the Peace Parks Foundation that is focusing on the formalization of the Monga private reserve in Mozambique and its integration formally into the GLTFCA. A lot of work currently is focusing on establishment of corridors, wildlife corridors that ensure connectivity between the Limpopo National Park, Banin National Park, and Sina National Park. A lot of work is also being done currently on the rehabilitation of Banin and Sina National Parks. The Kruger National Park is currently working on an integrated use area on a buffer, the establishment of a buffer area. And a lot of work currently is also being done in terms of the establishment of the GNP Conservancy's integration on the Zimbabwean side of communal land, like the Sengwe-Chipise corridors, and also integration of the different private conservancies to be able to become part and parcel of the greater Great Limpopo Conservation Area. Next slide, please. There's also a lot of work that is being done currently for tourism, and the key programs and initiatives currently, the key focus areas. There's destination marketing currently for the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area. We are working on the development of a joint tourism strategy, and Pafuri and Sengwe Node, cross-border products and events that we are looking at, and ensuring that we promote, and so that they help in terms of marketing the initiative to the broader community and the world at large. We're also looking at tourism development within the parks, and we're looking at the development of a joint tourism plan, and also diversification of tourism products within the Gonarisho National Park, and integration of private sector tourism products in the Greater Limpopo Conservancy in Mozambique, and other value addition elements in terms of tourism, such as the 4x4 cross-border trails, and also working on trying to improve the regional linkages and land. And one of the fundamental developments currently, I think, would be to be able to establish physical connectivity between the Kruger National Park and the Gonarisho National Park through the establishment of a crossing point between the two parks. And once I think that is established, I think it will help us to ensure that there's continuity and progress within the TFCA. Next slide, please. There are also human capital development issues within the TFCA. and these are achieved through focused training. And some of the key programs and initiatives under training are the development of a joint strategy underpinned by training needs assessment, and creating some knowledge sharing platforms and learning and exchange programs. And then basically the main objectives of this initiative is to create a platform where we are able, between the different countries, the different stakeholders and technocrats and so on, we're able to share experiences in the development and implementation of conservation, protection, tourism, community and private sector partnership projects and initiatives. And we also want to capitalize on what we call the best practice innovations. If there's something that's working somewhere, I think we should be able to make it a case study and replicate it for the broader success in terms of the other functional entities. We also would want to see a situation where we're able to align the approach and functionality of the 3 existing and 1 proposed joint partner management committees, and then continue with the building of relationships between the GLTFCA officials and partners. It's important to be able to synchronize and create sustainable public-private and community arrangements, which essentially are going to be critical to sustain the operations of the different activities in the different parks outside of external support and financing. Can I get the next slide, please? And then one of the very, very important aspects also is to do with the transboundary water resource management strategy, where the objectives are focusing mainly on the trilateral integrated freshwater ecosystem and inventory and monitoring, where we intend to ensure improved hydrological understanding of formalized river management protocols, and also get strategic input to the Limpopo Water Course Commission, and where appropriate, the neighboring tripartite permanent technical committees for the Nkomati basic and joint management protocols for the Sawa River are able to identify and benefit any benefit sharing opportunities through environmental aquatic enterprise development as a contribution to the green economy. We're also looking at the development of a relationship with the local academic institutions to develop an academic program built around the concept of water resource management and incorporating the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Park and Conservation Area strategy. And the outcomes, we would want to see the elevation of the GLTFCA as a key institution engaged or routinely consulted in resilient transboundary management of the freshwater resources to LIMCOM, and also provides strategic input for water resources protection within the Limpopo Basin and neighboring basin, namely the Nkomati and the Sawi. We are also trying to ensure an improvement or a building of the capacity for the adaptive management of rivers and freshwater ecosystems across the frontier, and also contribute to the international targets on water and environment towards sustainable development goals. And I believe the next slide is an appreciation. Thank you for taking time out to listen.
Thank you very much, Vinay, for this very interesting presentation. It seems that you've been very busy over the past 2 years, your previous coordinator and yourself since taking office. So thank you both. There is not a question as such, but maybe a comment that will interest all of the TFCA. So I invite all of you to look at it in the chat. Caroline Ungersbach is suggesting maybe when you want to provide a destination marketing to use short documentaries, there is a International Tourism Film Festival that you can put your entry in, and several products have won awards in the past 3 years in the festival. So just something for everybody to acknowledge that this is happening. Oh, Lucille. So for some of you who remember, Dr. Lucille Bloomberg participated last year in our webinar session, in the very first session when we talked about the linkages between zoonotic diseases and One Health in Transfrontier Conservation Areas. She's been part of the GLTFCA working group for the animal and human health for environment and development network for many, many years, and she's based in South Africa working for the National Institute for Communicable Diseases as a director of epidemiology. So she's asking, probably from a past experience in One Health, she doesn't see any mention in your presentation around human health as an objective, whether in relation to tourism or livelihoods. Is it human health is an argument that has been a little bit down in the GLTFCA, maybe something that you should pick up or will pick up in the future? Or does it feature as a cross-cutting theme in all of the planning that you have developed over the past few years and recently, as you know them, since you've taken up position? If you want to take this question, Winyai, I'm very happy to. If you want to suggest somebody else with a longer path, I'm also very happy to take on your lead on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. I think that's a very important point that has been raised. And going forward, I think we are also trying to get innovation and that can be integrated in terms of how best we can create synergies and ensure that issues such as human health are integrated across all the different themes as an integral component of our broader work plan. So yeah, now that it has been mentioned, I think I would need to also see how best I can also integrate it and also make submissions through my joint management board to see how best it can be a very key element of all the interventions that we have. So I greatly appreciate that, and I take it as a suggestion that we will take further and see how we can involve it in our strategic interventions. Thank you very much.
Very much. And you have a person who's very much experienced, especially in the GLTFCA already in the group. So take note of Lucille. Godfrey Mtare from Zimparks, who's the coordinator for TFCAs, as a raised hand. Godfrey, you're welcome to unmute yourself and intervene in this discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Clara, and also huge thank you to Gwinyai for a wonderful presentation. I just wanted to also say, yes, this is a very important issue, but it's also covered as cross-cutting. I know that even under the conservation and wildlife management, as well as even the community working groups, it features prominently, but maybe we also need to unpack it and possibly try to have it stand out very much clearly. But thank you for the contribution.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Godfrey, for the intervention. And thank you, Gwinyai, for the presentation. We wish you all the best in your new position. And we would like to move forward to the Greater Mapunguba TFCA, a presentation by Michael Molodi, the TFCA coordinator for Botswana. Michael, please unmute yourself, and I'm here to move forward with the presentation as you need to. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. The presentation for the GMTFCA will be done by myself. As already mentioned, the name is Michael Molodi. I'm the TFCA coordinator for Botswana. The three partner countries are the republics of Botswana, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Clara? That's a map of the GMTFCA, although there have been calls from my country to extend it further west into more communal areas, but that's the current map we are working with. Next slide. The GMTFCA is approximately 5,000 square kilometers. Specifically, the exact size is 5,909 square kilometers. So we just round it to 5,000. We are currently listed as a category B. We have a memorandum of understanding that was signed in 2006, and we have not yet been able to get our treaty signed. It's been a while, but we are glad to report that we are at advanced, or rather final stages in the treaty signing process. We We have now engaged the attorney generals of the 3 partner states for them to ferry the draft treaty through their internal processes so that we may facilitate, cabinet approvals and the like, so that it's signed by the heads of state. We've been given until April 22 by the heads of state to have it finalized and signed. In terms of other governance documents, we have an IDP that was done in 2010. It's overdue for review. We are currently trying to mobilize funds for the review of the IDP. Clara? Some of the activities carried from 2019 to date. We've had our trilateral technical committee meeting held in 2020, just before the onset of the pandemic. And then, as already mentioned, we are at advanced stages of finalizing the treaty. We've had the legal minds from the 3 partner states meet. Okay, the legal working group met in May of 2021, and from there they came up with a draft. They've been instructed by the TTC to include a secretariat. At the TTC meeting mentioned in 2020, there was realization that the treaty did not provide for the structure that we call the secretariat. So we instructed the legal working group to, have it included in the treaty. I think that's why we have not yet signed the treaty yet. That's what moved us back a bit, but now that's sorted. Then there's been several activities that have been happening amongst officials at GMTFCA level, including the coordinated law enforcement. And then we've not yet had cross-border community engagement, but we are hoping it's one of the priorities for the GMTFCA. And then that also has been provided for in the draft treaty. We've had our International Rangers Day celebrated annually. We've never stopped it. And then there's this event that happens across the 3 partner states named the Tori Tuli. It's a cycling event. The last time it happened was in 2019, but it was suspended on account of COVID in 2020 and 2021. But now that most countries are vaccinating and the COVID situation is getting better, we are hopeful to get it in 2022. And then we also submitted a concept in response to the June call for proposals to the SADC TFCA financing facility aimed at addressing issues of infrastructure needs and community livelihood improvements. Some of the infrastructures that we need at the TFCA are mostly having to do with access, because when the Tori Tuli comes, especially for Botswana, we have to run helter-skelter to seek permission from the powers that be for the cyclists to cross at undesignated crossing points. So maybe if we increase the crossing points, then we would be better. Clara? And then in terms of financing, we've not been quite successful in getting donor funding for the GMTFCA, but we did get lucky and be one of the selected sites for the GIZ CR NRM program for the demo projects. That was worth around 250,000 with peace packs. We'll be engaging with Heading for Health program to enhance the rangelands and improve community beneficiation. We've not had any direct funding to the TFCA from coordinating agencies, and there are no co-management agreements as yet, although in the case of Botswana, a large part of the GMTFCA, the Botswana component is private land. So there's an MOU with government with regards to that. So it might count as a co-management agreement to some. Next. And then in terms of future plans, the treaty ranks highest. As I mentioned, we've been instructed by heads of states to have it signed by April of 2022. We want to develop and review some of our existing governance documents, including the IDP, which we prioritized in the already mentioned proposal to the June call for proposals. We are also in the process of reestablishing, our committees and structures. We've had the TORs for the all working groups reviewed and sent to stakeholders. So far, only the legal working group has met, mostly because they they needed to do that because as mentioned before, the treaty ranks pretty high. And then we are also hoping to get finance to conduct a feasibility study on the establishment of a secretariat, the modalities of if our governments are going to have to contribute money, how much would that be, headquarters and the like. And then, as I mentioned before, we also need infrastructural developments in terms of communication and access to the GMTFCA. I think that's that, but Clara can just check. Yeah. If you allow my colleagues, Mr. Mtare and Mr. Mashudu, to comment before we get questions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your presentation, Michael. Mashudu and Godfrey, Mashudu from South Africa and Godfrey from Zimbabwe, have you anything to add to the presentation by Michael? Is there any further comments from your side before we open the floor for questions? No, I think you're done. Oh, okay. Godfrey, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Michael, and also Clara. I wanted to say I do not have much to say, but just to reaffirm the commitment and also the efforts that we're putting towards finalization and signing of the GM TFCA treaty. It is really key for us as it to unlock a lot of doors. At the same time, the issue of embarking on a study to establish the secretariat, we also think it's equally important, as has been mentioned before. So I don't have much, but just to reiterate on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. It's great to know that you are working towards the treaty being finalized and signed, and just like the TFCA, the Grey Limpopo TFCA moved towards the secretariat format for management. Mashudu, is everything okay for you? Do you want to add anything? Oh, sorry, Patience still from Zimbabwe. Patience, go ahead. Introduce yourself maybe for the new people who don't know you, and then you can talk.
Okay. Thank you, Clara. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Michael, for the presentation. Patience Gandiwa is my name. I'm a director responsible for TFCAs and conventions with Zimpax. It's really good to be part of this network meeting. I just thought it's important that I echo the sentiments that we have excitement on the initiative on heading for health that we have started in GMTFCA, and we are really looking forward to the effective implementation and scaling up of such initiatives, because the issues of cattle and wildlife are very important in this landscape, and having such intervention and supported through the SADC TFCA financing facility, I think is one of the best things to have happened. But we just want to make sure that going forward, it's done at a scale that is effective and that will deliver the anticipated targets and objectives in line with the project that we are starting, but it's something that we are so excited about from Zimbabwe, particularly from Zimbabwe perspective, because the cattle from Zimbabwe are a problem across the borders in Botswana and also in the World Heritage cultural landscape in South Africa. So having an innovation that we know will make a significant impact in that space, it's something that is really, really great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patience, for that note and for introducing the Herding for Health program. Mashudu from South Africa, are there any further comments or notes on Michael's presentation on the Greater Mapungubwe?
Yeah, from my side, I think I'm fine with the presentation and the comments by Patience. And I will just add that no, it's not Zimbabwe's cattle, it's our cattle as GMTFCA. So we own up those cattle, all of us. Lastly, I'm pleased that there seems to be focus on the category B and C TFCA. I'm very pleased because I used to have a question that I could not even know whom to ask that question to, because normally I've seen that donor-funded projects or donor funding will be concentrating on those TFCAs that are well established, well funded. So I'm just pleased that I think this strategy may take us somewhere in terms of uplifting this TFCA, like GMTFCA, to category A, with a surety that the three countries will be able to sign. You might have seen on the presentation that we are likely going to sign this treaty before end of financial year, next year, March. So we are pushing from our side. So hence we want to mobilize people to assist us in the planning, in the funding, so that at least we take this TFCA to a particular level where at least we will all be happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mashudu. I don't see any questions in the chat. Has anybody got any question for the Greater Mapungubwe team? No? Okay, so we go into the second to last presentation for this session, and then I promise you we're going to have a break. So I would like to call back on Nambo Ipinje from Namibia, the TFCA focal point for the government of Namibia, to talk to us about what's been happening in the Iona Skeleton Coast Transfrontier Park between Namibia and Angola. Thank you. Nambo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this will be one of the shortest presentation. And I think noting that Iona Skeleton Coast Transfrontier Park has been one of the newly Transfrontier Park which moved recently to category A. In that case, I regard it as a last born, so its biography should be very short. I'm not sure whether we...
Nambo, we lost you? Nambo?
Yeah, I think we lost her.
Uh-oh. Okay, shall we move to Kaza then, in the interest of time?
Clara,
are you back? Yes.
I am here.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. I was just checking whether we have Aristophanes in the room. I think at the end I'll ask him to interject. And I was just saying that the last born of TFCA, the story is very short. This Transfrontier Park is an initiative in the Republic of Namibia. It's a Transfrontier Park, of course, national park. There's some disturbance. I think somebody needs to mute. Yeah, it's between the two parks. One, Iona, which is one of the oldest park in Angola, and you can see the size there. And then in Namibia, we have the Skeleton Coast National Park, and together they are joined and then called Iona Skeleton Coast Transfrontier Park. This Transfrontier Park falls under category A after a memorandum of agreement signed in 2018 in May in Namibia. Next, you see, maybe just before you move, you see the map for the Iona Skeleton Coast Transfrontier Park. You have Iona National Park up there, and then it's joined together with Skeleton Coast Park in the Namibian side, which is a coastal area. Some kind of marine element as part of this park. Next. Since this Transfrontier Park was recognized as category A in 2018, as I said, we have been engaged with the technical committee at technical committee level, and we have engaged stakeholders, and we have come up with the implementation plan to really map the way forward with regards to the development of the integrated development plan for the Iona Skeleton Coast. There have been some work done under the Siona project. I'm not sure whether they are present in this meeting, but they have done some work on integrated ecosystem management framework, of which this framework is available. And we are yet to then realize the development of an integrated development plan. Next, Clara. Ever since 2019, when we met, we did not really meet anymore. Those are just the two documents which I was referring to. On the left side is the integrated ecosystem management framework, as I said, which was developed under the Siona project, which is a project with the NAST. NAST is the Namibia University of Science and Technology. And this on the right is the implementation plan, of course, which map the way on how to ensure that the memorandum of agreement which was signed is implemented. I was just saying that we have been having some challenges. Just right after the memorandum of agreement was signed, Angola was going through restructuring in the government, not only at the ministry level, but also at the IMBAC. And there have been also changes at the Iona National Park, change in the staff and all that. And that really slowed down the implementation and the implementation of the activity plan for the Iona Skeleton Coast. So we have been calling and waiting on Angola to indicate then how do we move forward after
Excuse everybody, we might have had another dip in Nambo's connection. Let's just give her a couple of seconds to catch up again. Nambo, can you hear us? I think she's dropped out.
I don't see her anymore in the call.
No, she's not anymore in the call. Okay, there were, I think, let's move to Kaza then. And then if Number comes back, we'll just finish off the 2 slides that she's got left over.
Clara,
yes,
really sorry. I'm not sure what is happening, but I'm really toward the end of this presentation. Just to indicate that as part of the COVID-19 response grant to SADC financing facility, we have submitted a proposal which included the Iona skeleton cost, and that concept was approved, and we are looking at implementing some of the response to mitigate the impact.
Number, can you hear us again?
I think she dropped again.
Yeah, but she's going to come back in. She probably has to log out and log back in. Yes, Number, welcome back.
Yes, I mean, in short, that's really our presentation. We are looking forward to implement some of the key components, especially which were as a result of impacts of COVID-19. And that project is on conservation and the tourism sector. And as you have heard already, as part of this grant is also ARTP. In short, this is the end of the presentation, and if Aristophanes or what is the other lady?
Albertina.
Albertina and Zuzi, I'll ask.
Yeah, if Angola is here, they can provide further inputs. So TFC, maybe Albertina is here as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Number, for your presentation. It's not in the length, or it's how much you do in the little time that you have. So definitely there is a lot of progress since the last time we met in 2018 in Iona skeleton. Is there anybody representing the government of Angola, like Dr. Albertina Nzuzi or Professor Aristophanes Pontes, that would like to add on to the presentation done by Number for Namibia? No? Okay. I think in the interest of time, and given the Number really is struggling with their connection, if there are any questions for the Iona skeleton, please put them in the chat. You can send them directly to Number privately by putting her name into the 2 on the chat box, or just to everybody, but direct them to Number, and then she'll pick them up on the chat and answer to you. Right, so we're gonna close now to yeah, thank you, Timothy. To the last presentation in this session before we have a health break. This is the Kavango Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Area, and I'd like to invite Netsai Bolman, who's the program manager, to give us a presentation on their report. Netsai, thank you. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Perfectly, thank you.
Good. I'll keep my video off while I present, just to try and manage the network a bit better, and then I can switch it on for any engagements. My name is Netsai Bolman. I'm the program manager at CASA Secretariat, relatively new to the Secretariat, having joined in April this year. Thanks, Clara. Please go to the next slide. So just a very brief institutional status and update with a bit of a backstory. So the concept of CASA was agreed by our partner states in July 2003 in Katima Mulilo, Namibia. And from that time, the countries drove its process of establishment. And then we had the cornerstone being laid when the 5 partner states that make up CASA, which are the republics of Angola, Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, signed the MOU to work towards establishing CASA as a TFCA. Then in August 2011, at the SADC summit in Luanda, Angola, our partner state, head of states, signed the treaty formally and legally establishing CASA TFCA. Just to make mention also that the ministerial committee at their meeting in June 21 noted Angola, who is yet to finalize ratification of the treaty, was at a very advanced state. So the partner states all signed, but the process of ratification for Angola to date is at an advanced stage. Then just a couple of small mentions, and just referring to the map which you have in front of you to highlight CASA a little bit. We are the 520,000 square kilometers in size, 36 formally proclaimed protected areas, an estimated population of 2.5 to 3 million people. We have within the CASA landscape 6 wildlife dispersal areas, and we also are home to a number of key tourism destinations and inscribed UNESCO World Heritage Sites. In terms of institutional developments, we had a master integrated development plan. This plan, the period of validity ended last year, and we are now in the early stages with our implementing partner starting the process to review the updating of the CASA Master Integrated Development Plan. And also institutionally, then just worth mention, with the support of the USAID-funded Resilient Waters Program, we've also kicked off a process to develop a livelihood strategy for CASA. Thanks, Clara. Next slide, please. So in terms of meetings that took place in the reporting period we were asked to cover, there were a number, a few pre-COVID and then a number post-COVID. This is highlighting the official CASA meetings that were being convened, meaning meetings of partner states, where partner states are in attendance and chair the meeting, making it an official CASA partner state meeting to discuss whatever topical area is on the table. This does not include the plethora of steering committee and task team meetings that have taken place. Given the limited time, we thought then we would just highlight the more higher level partner state meetings. So we had a ministerial committee meeting. We had one in April 2019, and then again in June 2021, which is a structural meeting. We also had our committee of senior officials meeting, which is made up of our permanent secretaries, in April 2019, and then again in May 21. We also had, during the reporting period, a revisioning workshop to reconfirm the vision of CASA and key priority areas that involved then COSO, our Committee of Senior Officials, and that took place in 2019. We also, in terms of structural meetings, had our Joint Management Committee meeting, which typically precedes our Committee of Senior Officials meeting and our Ministerial Committee meeting. We also had an extraordinary meeting of our joint management committee, which is made up of the directors of wildlife and also sees participation of our desk officers in 2019 to discuss a number of outstanding issues, which isn't then our typical JMC meeting because it wasn't convened to establish the agenda and preparations for our COSO and ministerial meetings. So I think when it comes to the CASA structures being our joint management committee, which feeds into our COSO, which then leads into our ministerial committee, to give you an idea of the structure. We do have our formal structural meetings, but these meetings also can be convened extraordinarily depending on topical areas that need to be addressed. We also had a number of working group meetings. So within CASA, we have in existence about 13 working groups or sub-working groups that are established and approved for their existence by our COSO and ministerial committee. They deal with a variety of different technical areas. And during the reporting period, we had the conservation working group meeting, which took place in Calais in Angola in February last year. We had the forestry sub-working group meeting, which is a sub-working group of the conservation working group that also met in Angola in 2020. We had our bird conservation sub-working group in August earlier this year. We had intended to convene an elephant sub-working group, but due to a large subscription of our key implementing partners in the CASA landscape, this then became more a forum meeting, which took place in September 2021. Our safety and security working group meeting met in May in Kasane. Our tourism and communications working group met in July this year. Our community working group met in July as well this year. And while not a formal structure of CASA, there's still a partner state meeting we have of our National Tourism Organization or Tourism Board CEOs who met in September 2020 and then again in February and July 2021. We also convened our partner states to look at the establishment, which has since been approved by our CASA structure, of harmonized COVID-19 guidelines, protocols, and procedures in January 2021, which largely involved convening members of the Tourism and Communications Working Group. And then we also had a meeting to discuss further rollout of the Univisa beyond Zimbabwe and Zambia into the remaining partner states in terms of the modalities and next steps for that, noting the continued strong commitment of the partner states with respect to the Univisa. So I think maybe the key issues here to highlight beyond the structural meetings with the working group meetings and the sub-working group meetings is all of them have different programs or projects or interventions that involve a variety of implementing partners, working closely with the partner states and different international cooperating partners or donors. So there are a plethora of interventions underway, but it's not possible to really in this time go into detail on that. In terms of community engagement, I mentioned the community working group met earlier this year. We also have a very important planning meeting of partner states to validate what is now being finalized as a portfolio of projects for the development of 3 wildlife dispersal areas in CASA. That's 3 that are part of the 6 that I mentioned earlier. And then we had partner state engagements around engaging communities and law enforcement activities, and then the previously mentioned community livelihoods strategy, which was, we recently had an inception meeting, and it was also a large component of the community working group meeting. Thanks, Clara. Next slide, please. we were asked to report back on these 3 areas during the reporting period. This is very difficult to do, noting the extent, as I mentioned before, of the 13 working groups and the large amount of ICPs, development partners, and interventions by partner states in country of a transboundary nature under the CASA banner. So given the limited time that we had, we thought to just pick a few highlights of some of the interventions underway. So under infrastructure development, we have the Zambia radio communication system, which involved wildlife ranges in field, so towers, masts, repeater stations, handsets, and then the similar infrastructure development in Zimbabwe with the ZIM radio communication system. Procurement of law enforcement equipment, that's things like ranger patrol equipment and vehicles, camping equipment, etc. And then there were some social infrastructure developments in Zimbabwe. There were the community clinics in Bulilima and Nyaminyami. In Zambia, nurses' homes, health posts and classrooms in Linanga village in Sioma. I think this gives an idea of some of the interventions that have taken place during the reporting period. And I think worth mentioning, even though CASA officially was not involved in this process, but it is an important development for the region, is the new Kazungula Bridge, which is an important infrastructure stride in the region in terms of tourism and other accessibility as people travel through CASA for various reasons. In terms of cross-border and biodiversity-related activities, again, there were a number of them. If I refer back to the conservation working group, which has several sub-working groups under it dealing with different biodiversity-related activities, we could not list them all. I think importantly also here, perhaps we should have included the interventions around the 6 wildlife dispersal areas. So just to make mention of the 6, the Kwando River WDA, which includes Angola, Botswana, Namibia, and Zambia, the Zambezi Chove floodplain WDA, Botswana, Namibia, and Zambia, Hwange Kazuma, which is Zimbabwe and Botswana. And these 3 are under an intense process of a plethora of activities being supported by the federal government of Germany in terms of their development. And then we have another 3 WDAs called Junungamila, which is Namibia and Botswana, Zambezi Musiatunya WDA, which is Zambia and Zimbabwe, and Hwange Makadi Hadingai Pans, which is Botswana and Zim. And these ones are where I mentioned earlier that DEFRA supported us to really package in very close consultation with partner states priority areas to develop these WDAs. So that I think is a major cross-border biodiversity related activity that's taking place throughout the reporting period. But then these are some additional examples to highlight perhaps as joint patrols that have been taking place across partner states. For example, Namibia and Botswana, and Zimbabwe and Botswana. We have the strategic planning framework for the conservation and management of elephants, which is also of great significance in terms of management of the species. And under this, which was established during the reporting period, we also have the impending or upcoming aerial survey of elephants in CASA, working with a number of international cooperating partners and donors, being driven by the partner states with facilitation by the Secretariat. The project itself will be starting very soon. We will be launching that as a key component of implementing the strategic framework for the conservation management of elephants. We have the CITES customs training that has been taking place, the legal alignment workshop, looking at illegal wildlife trade issues, the DEFRA supported elephant collaring project, which has been bringing out fundamental data to help better understand the movement of elephants in the Khaza landscape. And we also have in development with another development partner, with the Giraffe Conservation Foundation, conservation strategy for giraffes that's at a very advanced stage of development. And then in terms of cross-border products, there's a few we can make mention of. There are a number that are also in process of being planned for rollout, but these are some that took place during the reporting period, which is a tourism destination brochure highlighting Khaza's tourism offerings as one multifaceted destination in the Southern African region. We had the Land Rover Germany Experience Tour of Khaza, the 2019 edition of the Khaza Golf Classic, as well as what I mentioned earlier, which was the harmonized COVID-19 guidelines, protocols, and procedures for the tourism sector and tourism practitioners in the Khaza landscape. Thanks, Clara. In terms of funding and financing, again, it would have been very difficult noting the extent and number of international cooperating partners and donors that are very, very active in the Khaza landscape, that are working with various implementing partners and closely with the Khaza Secretariat as a facilitator on behalf of partner states. So what we thought, rather, instead of trying to list all of them with the limited time that we have, is to perhaps highlight those sources of funding and financing that have direct financial implications to Khaza. For example, we have different ways of working with different funders or donors that are not listed here, like Resilient Waters, who works very closely with Khaza through an agreement under which the livelihood strategy is being developed, and the Khaza water quality monitoring intervention that is also rolling out. However, they do not really have direct financial implications for the Secretariat, despite our close involvement or support towards our monitoring and evaluation. So these ones then is just a handful of those with direct financial implications for the Secretariat. The one is the Khaza Fund, which receives funding from partner states to cover operational costs of the Secretariat. Unfortunately, not all partner state remittances into the Khaza Fund are up to date, but that is one source of financing which is fundamental for and has serious financial implications for the Khaza Secretariat. I think we cannot overstate the significance of the investment from the Federal Republic of Germany through KfW and through a regional cooperation between the Federal Republic of Germany and the SADC Secretariat in terms of the substantial contribution to establishment and development of Khaza TFCA. That's coming through different interventions with partner states and implementing partners, and is nearly to the value of 40 million euros. Then we have the US Forest Services, who we are working with to get more into the forestry issues, illegal logging, etc. We have the DREAM Fund, which has provided substantial capacity to the Secretariat with respect to the direct contributional implication I referred to earlier on building our comms and our communication capacity here at our offices in Kasane. We have the Combating Wildlife Crime in Namibia and CASA project, which is funded by USAID, which we are implementing with WWF Namibia. That also has implications or support direct for the secretariat, like the people capacity or and the like. We have DEFRA, which supported us with the detailed planning of the 3 WDAs I mentioned earlier. We have the Transboundary Joint Law Enforcement and Customs Project coming through the INL with the USA Department of State, International Bureau of Narcotics and Law Enforcement in collaboration with PPF, which runs until 2022, which also provides the Secretariat with important support as the project rolls out. We also have the CITES MIC project in collaboration with PPF. And we also, I think, very importantly, look forward to the British government's investment, which is coming to the CASA landscape for a period of 7 years, starting next year, with a substantial ambition to deliver funding across the region. Thanks, Clara. Next slide, please. In terms of future plans, I think the first one we actually should have mentioned, which isn't here, is effective facilitation, because as CASA doesn't really implement, but more facilitates on behalf of partner states, the effective implementation of running projects like the ones I mentioned earlier, but there are a significant number of other running projects and interventions in CASA. So I think here it was, the request was in the next 6 to 12 months of future plans. So that is one of them. For example, implementation effectively by the partner states with our facilitation at the Secretariat of the Federal Republic of Germany funded projects. We also have the aerial survey coming up, which is going to be critical as a high priority of partner states during this, in terms of future plans. Operationalization and reactivation of all working groups and sub-working groups, including the freshwater and fisheries sub-working group that was recently approved by the CASA structures. A number of working group activities were not mentioned and were not referred to, such as animal health and other sub-working groups, but to basically support the activation and facilitate engagement with ICPs and development partners to move topical projects forward. A stronger engagement in forestry work, I mentioned earlier, illegal logging, trafficking, development of awareness-raising materials, active meetings and knowledge sharing and identification and rollout actually of priority areas. To strengthen our comms capacity, which I mentioned earlier, and our effectiveness to communicate key messages as CASA. Key is also continued fundraising efforts and the financial sustainability. Very important is also the mobilization of resources to implement that portfolio of projects for the 3 WDAs I alluded to earlier. Strengthening of the Secretariat, establishment of this forum of ICPs, of international cooperating and development partners, is also a key priority. We recently had a very positive engagement with ICPs, donors and development partners who, together with the partner states, agreed this is something that we need to take forward. Continuing the review process, working closely with PPF on how to proceed with updating the master IDP for CASA. The livelihood strategy, which is supported by Resilient Waters, the giraffe conservation strategy, and also our structural meetings and events. I think, I think that, yes, brings us to the end of our presentation. Thanks, Clara.
Thank you very much, Mutsai, for a very exhaustive presentation. I see that CASA has also not been idle over the past 2 years, COVID or not. So congratulations on that. We are quite later on the schedule again. So there is one question for you from Michael Strang, who's asking what effects has the unratified treaty in Angola have, if any at all, on the upcoming CASA White Elephant Aerial Survey? If you can give him a short answer, and then maybe you two can liaise on this later, more technical issues, but just to provide a short answer for him and the rest of the audience. Thank you.
Yes, that's an easy one. It has no effect. Angola is equally and as strongly involved and behind the aerial survey, which really is being driven by partner states with facilitation by the Secretariat. So no effect.
Okay, thank you very much. And then you have a compliment from Dr. Bloomberg. Impressive work and achievements in CASA. So with that, and Holly, woohoo. With that, I would like to close this session and invite you all to take a health break, cup of coffee, take a walk, breathe some fresh air, and we'll meet back in 10 minutes if possible instead of 15, given that we are a little bit later than we expected to be. So we'll see you all back at 11:30, please. Thank you very much and see you shortly. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. We've lost a couple of people along the way, but we're ready to start afresh with your next section. The next
Thanks,
session.
Clara.
Thank you. Thank you, Ash. The next session is going to be session 3 on sustainable financing and funding opportunities for TFCAs. And we're going to have 3 presentations, one from IUCN updating us on the financing facility, one on the Legacy Landscapes Fund, and another one from a new program that we were introduced to recently, which is the African Green Stimulus Program. So without much delay, I would like to welcome Kudakwashi Shikodo, who's the new member of the IUCN team looking after the financing facility for SADC TFCA. Kudakwashi, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clara, and good morning to all of you colleagues. Thank you for having me for this presentation. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Kudakwashi Chigodo, as Clara has mentioned. I'm team leader for the SADC TFCA financing facility. I'm based here in Pretoria in the IUCN South Africa office. As you may all know, IUCN Eastern and Southern African region was appointed to be the project executing agency for the SADC TFCA financing facilities. Next slide, Clara. So I'll briefly go through an update on what has been going on under the SADC TFCA financing facility since its inception. In here, I just highlighted a few items that I'll speak to as I provide my update. Okay, great. So starting with the official launch of the financing facility, which took place at the World Conservation Congress in Marseille, in France, in September 2021. I'm sure we all know that the facility was launched in the year 2020. This is when it became operational. However, due to COVID, we could not have a launch event as we would have wished to bring together all the respective parties and stakeholders to celebrate the official operationalization of the financing facility. So we had to make a compromise, and we decided to also have this launch event at the Congress on the 5th of September 2021. And again, due to challenges imposed by the COVID pandemic, most of you unfortunately could not travel to France to participate at the Congress, and hence your participation at the official launch was also limited. However, we managed to strike some luck with some few participants from the Southern African region who managed to participate during the event. We had to start with a press briefing, which was led by the SADC chair, Honorable Nancy Tembo. And then also we had the press release, which was published online on the launch of the facility. And we also had a launch event where we had main remarks from the key partners, that is the leaders from KfW as the current donor, the leaders from IUCN, as well as SADC Secretariat from the FANR Directorate. We also had some key technical participants from member states. We recall participants from Mozambique, South Africa, Malawi, who also participated in various panel discussions, which raised the profile of the financing facility during the launch in Marseille. So thank you, Clara. We may proceed to the next slide. we will note that the financing facility, apart from providing resources for conservation actions in the TFCAs, it also has a provision for what we call fast track funding mechanisms, which are designed to provide emergency responses to any emerging crisis that may emanate from operations within TFCAs. And the COVID-19 pandemic is one major crisis that we've all experienced across the globe, and the SADC region has not been spared. The facility has therefore decided to provide a response mechanism where we will be giving out grants to SADC TFCAs to implement, and hopefully we can be able to contribute towards cushioning member states against the effects of the pandemic itself. Now, we announced a call for concepts to SADC member states on the 30th of April. This was a closed call targeted at 12 SADC member states who already have operational TFCAs. And what this means is those member states who only have TFCAs which are at a conceptual phase were not included, and these are Mauritius, Seychelles, Comoros, and Madagascar. Now, out of the 12 eligible member states, by the time of the deadline for the submission of concepts, only Malawi and Angola could not submit their concept notes. Let's proceed, Clara. I'll quickly give a summary of the concepts that we received. 10 SADC member states managed to submit concepts to the facility, and South Africa gave us the highest number of concepts, which were a total of 7. We received 4 concepts from Zimbabwe. We received 2 from Zambia, 2 from Tanzania, 2 from Mozambique, and Namibia, Lesotho, Eswatini, DRC, and Botswana. They gave us a single concept which had combined elements for 1 or more TFCAs. Just to quickly mention that the maximum size in terms of the grant for the COVID-19 package is up to 300,000 euro per member state. Clara, let's proceed. So in total, we received 22 concept notes from SADC member states. And here we just also want to share with you this general observation to say we received more concepts under COVID from Maloti Drakensberg, and then we received 3 concepts from Niasa Selu TFCA as well as Kaza, and then Lubombo TFCA, Greta Mapungubwe, and I just felt they had 2 concepts, and the rest of the TFCAs, we only received 1 concept each. So this also helps us to analyze as we go the nature of the demand for funding that's coming to the facility. Let's proceed, Clara. Thanks. So as an overview, we reviewed, as IUCN, we reviewed the concept notes that were received for COVID. And generally, just to comment in terms of the quality and the nature of concepts, most of the concepts, we found that they were not well aligned to the objectives of the COVID-19 grants. It was also difficult to see a clear linkage to COVID-19 in most of the proposed activities, in as much as they were true and practical activities which reflect the needs of TFCAs on the ground. Some concepts also had too many information gaps, and we also probably thought that this could have been due to the limited preparation time that we gave to member states. I recall we only gave member states up to 4 weeks to prepare these concept notes. And I remember having a reflection with one of the applicants mentioning that they only prepared their concept in 3 days. So probably this was done in a hurry, and this is part of the lessons that we also learn at the facility to give applicants more time to produce good quality concepts. Let's proceed, Clara. Now, looking at the outcome of the review process, which was endorsed by the project steering committee, we have 3 concepts which were approved right away following the review process. And these have also been endorsed by the German government for implementation. And what it means is we are now proceeding with those applicants to contracting and implementation of projects on the ground. And we will be reaching out to these applicants for the next steps. But I'm sure you've heard some of the applicants already mentioning that their concepts were approved. Now, we also have 13 concepts which we recommended for resubmission. And we have already started reaching out to these applicants to make sure that the next steps are clear and to ensure that they produce revised concept notes to be considered for funding under the COVID package. We have also 4 concepts which were quite good, but they were the type of the long-term approaches that would not be implemented within 12 months as required under the COVID-19 package. And we are therefore recommending that these must be considered under the main call for proposals. And we will invite the applicants to revise their concept notes and resubmit them to the facility by the 29th of October. We've already noted, however, that some of these applicants, they kind of upscaled their applications with similar themes and activities to the main core, and they submitted a broader approach to the main core with a bigger budget and a larger scope. Then finally, we had 2 concepts which were outstanding in their own way. These had serious technical challenges which made it difficult for reviewers to even understand the technical flow. We will be engaging with these applicants as well to inform them of the outcome of the process. Now, what are the next steps regarding the COVID-19 granting process? We are planning, we've already started some quick feedback calls with applicants, which we embarked on as soon as we got approval from the project steering committee meeting. Then we have also prepared letters of feedback with supporting documentation, which from today we will be sending out to applicants to inform them of the next steps and also highlighting what were the major gaps in their submissions. And it's also just important to note that all the grants that will be submitted to the facility will require final approval from the German government prior to contracting. This is just for us all to understand how the process flows. Thanks, Clara. Let's proceed. Now, moving on to the main call for concepts, which was launched in June, and we closed for submission of applications on the 15th of September. We received a total of 62 concept notes from various applicants in SADC TFCAs, and these were coming from various angles, from governments, NGOs, and community-based organizations. I'll just mention that the concepts we received are asking for a total of 108 million euro at the moment. And we will be, we've already concluded the eligibility checks for these concepts. And we've also started the technical review of these concept notes. Applicants will be advised of the outcome in due course. But I just also want to mention that we observed that most applicants were aiming for the 3 million euro cap, because our maximum grant size is 3 million euro. This is where we received most of the applications, and hence we are having a bigger budget that these concepts are asking for. Thanks, Clara. Let's move to the next slide. Then we will also just provide a quick update on the operational manual. As most of you are aware, when we started the financing facility, we also agreed on the need for us to develop a manual for the financing facility, which will be able to guide the overall grant making process. We had our first draft approved by the steering committee in February 2021. And Cornelia also mentioned that we just had a successful validation of this manual in September 2021, which confirmed the manual as a useful tool in guiding the grant-making process. IUCN also took note of the gaps that were identified by stakeholders during the validation process, and also we take note of the suggested areas of improvement. Now, we also note that the manual is a living document which will be updating continuously as new developments come in. For example, the ESMS framework and the online portal, as well as the communications policy. These are not yet in place, and they will have to be included into the manual once they are concluded. Any other lessons learned and experiences will also be included in the updates for the operational manual as we proceed. We have other updates. As you may also be aware, we've always been talking about developing a specific environmental and social management framework for the financing facility. And as we speak right now, we have identified a consultancy firm to develop the ESMS framework for the financing facility. And we are currently having some pre-award discussions with the successful firm. I'll also just mention quickly that you will hear from us as members of the SADC TFCA network, inviting you for your inputs and interactions with the consultancy firm. Then we also published a call for expression of interest for the roster of experts for the financing facility. And again, the TFCA network is and advisors as we implement the TFCA financing facility. The closing date for submission of expression of interest is the 22nd.
Please be patient. It seems that Kuda is also having some technical difficulties. Let's give it a couple of seconds to come back online. She's dropped off the call. Let's see if she's going to sign back in again, like Nambo had to do earlier. Just bear with us, please. One of the downsides of having to rely on internet connections to host a meeting.
There is load sharing in South Africa, so I'm not sure if it has to do with that.
It could also be that time. And is there any colleague of Kuda that is present that could continue the presentation for her while we wait, perhaps?
Hi, Clara.
Apologies
for that. I got disconnected. We lost connection at the office. So, but I was almost done. Yes, I was talking about the communications plan that we are currently developing a draft, and we will also invite members of the SADC TFCA network to provide their input to this process. Otherwise, I think that's it, and thank you.
Thank you very much for an exhaustive presentation. We're glad to hear that the financing facility is starting to be operational and that you were able to provide some relief support to some of our TFCAs. Are there any questions from the audience for Kuda before we move to another presentation? We have a comment from Professor Munishi in Tanzania. This is great and good for everybody that we have a new financing facility. Okay, so Kuda, thank you so very much for your presentation and for the time to prepare it. I would like to call on
sorry, Clara, there is a hand up from the Angola delegation.
Oh, okay, sorry, I was looking at the chat box. Thank you, Lisa. Yes, Angola delegation, you're welcome to unmute yourself and speak. Just a notification for everybody who's listening in English. You will now have to go into your... Just a second, Albertina, just bear with me for 1 second. Espera minuto só. Everybody that is listening to English, please use your interpretation services and select the English channel so you can hear the translation, the interpretation from Portuguese into English, and mute the original language. Okay, so...
yes, Clara, thank you.
Yeah. Obrigada.
Obrigada. Muito obrigada e parabéns pela apresentação à ICN. Eu tenho nós, delegação de Angola, temos uma dúvida em Conceição. Infelizmente, não conseguimos submeter a tempo. Gostaria de saber se ainda haveria uma oportunidade de submeter com este grupo, que tem uma data estipulada até o dia 29 de outubro. Será que Angola também poderá recorrer ainda e fazer a sua submissão até esse prazo, ou um prazo estipulado pela organização? Obrigada.
Obrigada, nós, doutora Nzuzi. Kuda, did you get the interpretation?
Clara?
Yeah.
If I may respond, yeah, thank you, Angola, for your important question. Unfortunately, at this point, in terms of the process for the COVID-19 grants, it is not possible anymore for Angola to submit a concept to be considered. This deadline of 29 October is for those applicants who have already submitted their concepts by the set deadline. And we had some applicants back then who even requested for extension of up to 7 days, and we accommodated that. But at the moment, for processes of moving forward, we will not be able to accept the application from Angola. But we may discuss in the spirit of inclusivity. We may discuss this option, and we will also need to be guided by SADC Secretariat to make sure and see how we can incorporate these other member states who are lagging behind in terms of the core. And we are also going to have this similar discussion to see how the facility can also support even these other states, for example, Madagascar, Mauritius, Comoros, and Seychelles, how we can support them to make sure they also benefit from these investments that are coming from the facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kuda. And for the Angola delegation, perhaps it's time to start thinking about the projects, and when the new deadline comes up also, then you are quick to answer. So use this time to reconsider your options and do your preparation so that when the next deadline is out, you can submit quickly. Kuda, for you, not an answer required as such, but if you could put in the chat the link for the call for technical experts that was due on the 22nd of October. If you can put the link for the call on the chat, so anybody who's still interested to apply can apply immediately.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Clara. I'll do that.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Kuda and IUCN, for the updates. And I would like to move on to the Legacy Landscapes Fund and invite Stephanie Lang to do her presentation. Stephanie, you're welcome to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, there's a bit of background noise here because we have workers here in the office, but let's try to get this done. I hope you can all hear me. And I understand that I have only 15 minutes, so let's go very quickly. I just wanted to give you a glimpse on this new funding instrument. And the background is obviously that we want to fund conservation activities, because conservation is not only helping to reverse the loss of biodiversity, but also more and more acknowledge that climate change solutions are also linked to conservation. And as conservation is having a huge funding gap when it comes to the partner countries in the global south. So this is why Germany, with some partners, has decided to come up with a new funding instrument, which is called the Legacy Landscapes Fund. This funding instrument is quite new. It is legally established only, it has been legally established only the end of last year. I have been appointed to be executive director in April, so I'm still only half a year in the job, and it's in its infancy, but it's very good to already talk to you about potential synergies and potential cooperations. So next slide, please. What we are trying to do is that we are trying to look at certain landscapes or sites that are very, very crucial for biodiversity globally. And we have, and you will see that later, we are also working in Eastern and Southern Africa already with some pilot sites. And what we want to do is to support the management of those sites for eternity, for perpetuity. We will start with a 15-year contract, but we will, in these 15 years, we will achieve jointly with the protected area managers, a business plan to fund those sites for perpetuity. And we will give $1 million to the site every year. So next slide, please. And this foundation is at the moment set up as a charitable foundation. We are having a supervisory board with the German ministry as permanent seat, but also with our main funders or partners. And then we have a management board that deals with the operations. We have an advisory committee, we have a grants committee, and we have an investment committee. And we are working in a broad partnership of public donors such as BMZ, but we're also looking at and talking with with Agence France Développement, with other potential donors. And we would like to and I will explain to you the model how we work, is that when we say we give $1 million to a protected area, we are working through implementing NGOs. And those implementing NGOs, again, ensure a broad partnership on the ground. So they ensure partnership with communities, they ensure partnership with the local authorities and also with the national authorities. So they have to work under an MOU with the protected areas. And at the moment, such implementing NGOs are, for example, African Parks or the Frankfurt Zoological Society and WCS. So next slide, please. This is the model how we deploy the funding. So this is the Legacy Landscape Fund will get funding from public donors with private donors in a match, and then jointly select the landscapes where we have a 15-year contract at the beginning to give those landscapes up to $1 million per year. And then in the 15 years, we will try to find sustainable financing models to fund those sites for eternity. At the moment, our funding capital is about $180 million, and we are trying to always match private sector donors with two parts of our public sector donors. So when you look at 15 years, this is what a project would always entail for us. It costs us $15 million. The fund, Legacy Landscape Fund, gives $10 million, and the private sector, philanthropic donor or high value individual or even corporate donors, they give $5 million. So the NGO that implements the project will have $15 million, but they come from two different sources. And now we are looking to fundraise for other contributors to the fund to fill in our sinking fund portfolio, so that we can have more sites on board and even fund those sites for even a longer period. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is what we have at the moment. This is the funding capital that we have at the moment, I have already told you. And this is also the matching fund model. And at the moment, we are dealing with 7 pilot sites. And I will show you quickly where they will be in the next slide. No, that's too early. So exactly, but this is what we have at the moment, and there you see that this is the funding model. It's the match funding model of 2-to-1 that we are providing to the sites. So what is a legacy landscape fund site? That would be the next slide, please. A legacy landscape fund site needs to have globally significant biodiversity value. It needs to be a protected area that is bigger than 2,000 square kilometers, and half of this area needs to be a category 1 or 2 status of protection. So while we are saying a legacy landscapes area can be more than just a protected area, the site in the middle, the core site, needs to be at least 2,000 square kilometers, and half of this needs to be protected area 1 or 2 IUCN category. But we are also working with adjacent areas around that site, because you might have a community-based forest management zone, which is important to secure the protected area, or you have a hunting concession area that is important. So our legacy landscape area of activities is bigger than just a protected area, because we want to not only work in protected areas, but we also want to work in those areas that have an influence on the protected area, and we want to ensure that communities are also involved in our work. So this is what we are saying, that we have long-term partnerships also with community and community-based areas. And the next slide, please. So this is where we are at the moment looking at. Those are the 7 pilot sites. They're being negotiated right now. We still don't have the final decision from our supervisory board, but they are looking very promising to go ahead. And you can see here, it's North Luangwa National Park, which is a project implemented by the Frankfurt Zoological Society, and Gonareju National Park, again, Frankfurt Zoological Society, but also Iona National Park. This is being implemented by African Parks Network, and Odzala Kokua in the Republic of Congo. This is a bit more far away from you. But those 3 at least could be interesting to see how we can find synergies, and when the funding is kicking in from LLF, how this can also benefit other sites, or how LLF sites can benefit from the work that you are doing. And the next slide, please. We have done a launch event here. You can look at this online, where even the Minister of Zambia, you can see him here on the screen, also gave his support to this Legacy Landscapes Fund funding going to Zambia. And this is, I think, the rest. So next slide, please. I think this was the end of the presentation. I'm sorry that I had to rush through that, but please contact me for more information, visit our website, and let's have a discussion now if we have a bit of time, but I was told that I have very, very little time only. So thank you very much for listening to this presentation. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for a very interesting presentation. So you already partially answered one of my questions, which is your geographic location, and it's clearly the south. So between the South America and in the African continent, and a little bit of the Southeast Asia part. So thank you for that. Are there any questions? I can see, okay, Professor Munish is asking, can anybody suggest any important conservation area for the fund? I'm sure they can, but this is just the beginning.
Yes.
So you have here the contact details for Stephanie, and you're welcome to contact her directly so that you can then talk together about whether there are other areas that would be important to discuss and to maybe prepare for when the fund comes up and what have you. So, but it's a very interesting initiative. So thank you very much for having dedicated your time to us to present it.
Yeah, just one comment because I can see the thank yous. We are launching a call for proposal probably around the time of the COP15, so next spring, late spring, in April or May, we want to launch a call for proposal. But at the moment, the competition is extremely high because everybody is now getting interested in this funding instrument, and there's obviously lots of demand. This is also why we created this fund, because there's too much demand and not enough funding. So I just want to advise you that the competition will be very high. So please don't start working already now. But let's talk together how you can work best with NGOs jointly, so that you don't spend your resources on something, because we will probably just have the room to fund 3 to 5 new proposals, new landscapes, because every landscape costs us 10 million. So we need to feel the influx of more money. So we need to fundraise a lot to get more money now, so that we can have more call for proposals. But just be aware that at the moment we are still in the infancy of this fund, so we don't have the opportunity to fund many new sites in the next call, probably only 3 to 5. So the competition will be very, very high. But of course, we all hope to get more countries on board, to have more philanthropists on board, to be able to issue another call in 2023. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. You've kind of answered already a question that we had from Julian, which is how many landscapes globally can you support? And at the moment it's 3 to 5. So we take note of that, and therefore the competition. Now, there's also another questions on whether 2 countries can submit together a joint proposal, and whether an NGO could approach a government, or who should approach you, an NGO. So the projects should come from an NGO, should come from government, or should come from the 2 together?
Well, for us, because of the construction of the foundation, we are not able to fund governments directly. So we need to channel our funding through NGOs who are implementing these projects. But all even the 7 pilot sites have been developed with close cooperation with the government. We don't want to substitute government efforts, and of course the MOUs need to be there. The government needs to be supportive of those NGOs that are dealing with protected areas, because it's partly a delegation, depends also, it's a fully delegated model or partly delegated model, but we expect the governments to be fully aware and to be fully on board with those applications, even if they don't directly benefit from the funding. So this is how the money will be channeled. At the moment, we are not looking at cross-border landscapes, because this is just not how we are. We are looking at landscapes that are in one country, not cross-border, because there's even in Africa you have some cross-border initiatives like the CASA and so on. So you have that already. We are looking at landscapes or sites that are in one country at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, so then you have another question from Deborah Cartano, who asks, are there any plans to support applicants to come up with bankable proposals?
We will have a two-staged approach. So we will ask for concept notes and then make a very hard choice of those people who will continue to come to get a full proposal. And when your concept note is chosen, you will get some support to develop the full proposal, and you will also get some support to do environmental and social due diligence aspects before we have a full proposal, because this is very important to us to ensure that this is all human rights standards are highly applied, that all the risks for people are mitigated as much as possible. So once the concept note is chosen, there will be support to have a full bankable project, as you say. Yeah.
So then I'm just rolling out the questions very briefly, but Daniel Marnevek from the Key Biodiversity area asks if the Landscape Legacy Fund will adjudicate, how will you adjudicate funding to non-protected areas sites along PAs? In many ways, you told us already about the category 1 IUCN, but how then do you consider, how do you classify what is for you interesting as a community area or not? Have you got criteria? Are you going to use another type of IUCN category to define that?
No, for us the importance is that these other categories or the community lands are connected to a protected area site. So exactly, it's the OECM framework, absolutely. So what our core focus is a protected area, but we don't want to create this castle conservation. So this protected area and the adjacent areas will be considered the legacy landscape site jointly. So if you feel that the $1 million that we can provide is needed more in the other than protected, I mean in the OECMs, that is up to negotiation. We can also fund at least 50% into the non-protected area. So we look at this as one joint effort of area-based conservation. But for us, of course, the focus is to save the protected area, and then you define and you declare and you explain this to us how those other areas are contributing to either the protection of the area or contributing to reducing the threats that are happening in the protected area. And also, of course, benefit sharing with the local community. That's also an important aspect for us, why we include certain areas or not.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. I have 2 more questions, but before I ask you the question, I need to use this channel to ask the Portuguese interpreter, Mr. Carlos, to please switch to a Portuguese channel, because the people that are listening in English are now getting very, thank you very much. Okay, so this is all sorted. And now we have another question for you, 2 more actually, and then I'm going to close this, but you can follow the chat and maybe answer directly. Alfonso from Mozambique is asking if there's any difference between what you call MOUs and what we call long-term agreement or co-management agreements with government.
That's fine. That's all fine. I mean, whatever we need just a legal long-term document that shows that the NGO and the government are working together and that they're not conflicting on issues. Yeah. So either it's a MOU or it's a delegation agreement, whatever. That's fine. Yeah. That's the same.
There is a legal evidence of
yes. Of cooperation. Yes.
Okay, cooperative agreement. Okay. So yes, so to respond to Liz Orton, government can't apply directly, but the implementing NGO will fund the government. Is that correct?
No, not really. No, because this is the problem is with the substitution clause that we have, being a foundation that is basically using money from development ODA funding. So we are not supposed to substitute public sector funding. So what we can, of course, do is we are contributing to the management cost of the protected area. That means we are paying for training, we are paying for infrastructure for cars. We can do all of that, but we cannot. This needs to be always, the check needs to be written by the NGO. It shouldn't be written by the government, because we need to prove that we're not substitute public sector funding. And we also need to ensure that when LLF moves in to funding, that the government is not reducing the funding accordingly. So because we don't want to create parallel structures, and we still think that also the public sector has a responsibility in funding the sites. But of course, the money at the moment in a lot of countries and in a lot of protected areas is very small. So LLF can make a difference, and it will cover the costs of how a protected area is managed, but not paying the government directly. That is not possible.
And also, not paying items that should be on the government side in any case, so not a substitution for government funding. Okay,
Yeah.
I think we are clear on those. If there are any more questions for Stephanie, please either put them in the chat, and Stephanie, if you stay on, you can address them directly in the chat, or write to her on her email, and I'm sure she'll be more than happy to further the explanation. Thank you so much for your time, Stephanie.
Thank you, and I wish you a very successful continuation of the meeting. And
thank you. Best of luck to you.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so now it's the last presentation in this session before we move to a workshop type of format. It's the African Green Stimulus Program, and I would like to invite Roland Verwerk, who everybody knows at Boundless Southern Africa, and he's still there, he hasn't moved, but he's part of the working group for the African Green Stimulus Program, so he will give us the presentation on behalf of the institution that is managing it. Roland, would you like to unmute yourself? Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much, Clara. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Super, great. And greetings, colleagues, and thank you for a wonderful program so far. It's been very interesting to listen in and hear all the developments. I want to briefly then just provide an overview of the African Green Stimulus Program. This has been an activity that has been happening under the auspices of the AMSN Secretariat. The colleagues may be aware that South Africa hosted or was the chair of AMSN for since December 2019. And recently handed over the chair to Senegal. This African Green Stimulus Program was developed pretty much, it's a COVID baby, I guess. Next slide, please. So this just briefly provides an overview of the objectives of the African Green Stimulus Program. The first is to provide a rapid response in support of key economic sectors hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, such as ecotourism and biodiversity economy, to provide direction and support on medium-term interventions of key sectors identified in the African Green Stimulus Program to enhance their catalytic recovery, to stimulate focus, build synergies, and forge partnerships and enhance cooperation and coordination of existing green economy programs in support of the green recovery of Africa, to enhance political ambition and support in scaling up implementation of existing and new projects and programs in key areas through financial resource mobilization, technical and capacity building support in support of the green recovery of Africa, and finally, to support the development of longer-term transformative green economy of Africa. Thanks. Next slide. So there are 12 key areas that comprise the African Green Stimulus Program. The first is improving air quality, enhancing chemicals and waste management, and promoting the circular economy. The second is conserving biodiversity and combating illegal wildlife exploitation and trade, I think, which is of particular interest for our community of practice, as well as the next one, which is revitalizing ecotourism and the biodiversity economy. The fourth speaks to combating land degradation, desertification, and drought. The fifth around enhancing climate action. The sixth on investing in the blue economy. The seventh, if you move to the next slide, is scaling up climate smart agriculture and food security systems. The eighth is supporting sustainable management of forests. The ninth key priority area is improving water conservation and use. The 10th is investing in renewable energy. Key priority area number 11 is developing smart cities and promoting green urbanization. And the 12th of the 12 that were identified is enhancing information, communication, and technology in this green economy space. Next one, please. An online platform has now been developed and was officially launched at the 18th session of AMSON, which is the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment, 3 weeks ago. And at that AMSON meeting, 54 African environment ministers agreed to step up the continent's response to accelerate the Green and Sustainable Recovery Program, and to tackle the triple crisis of climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution. So the platform is still very much work in progress, and there's quite a lot of work that will be undertaken in this in the coming months. But it intends to offer a comprehensive gateway for governments, development partners, communities, and stakeholders to access information and knowledge on this recently adopted African Green Stimulus Program, and also to then facilitate and showcase a pipeline of projects and programs that speak to the 12 key priority areas. So the program really intends then to provide an overarching framework that will support the green recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, bringing together existing environment and sustainable development initiatives in Africa in a coherent and coordinated way, whilst identifying new areas requiring strategic interventions. So this work is being coordinated by a working group that is coordinated also then by the AMSON Secretariat, which sits in the UNEP office in Kenya, and a number of the continent-wide UN agencies and, for example, the African Development Bank and other African Union-related programs are also represented on that working group. Next slide, please. So the African Union Development Agency, AUDA, through NEPAD, is hosting this online platform, and the domain for the program platform is www.agsp.nepad.org. So this is again a program of AMSON, but is the link to NEPAD AUDA is that the African Union Development Agency has agreed to be the platform host, the online platform host. And in the coming months, more information is going to be provided on how programs will be able to be onboarded. And through the Secretariat of the network, we will be able to provide you with updates in this regard. There are still a few technical aspects that are needing to be sorted out in terms of the online portal forms. And once those are sorted out, we'll be able to then share the link. And but the platform itself is up and running at the moment. and colleagues on the call are then able to already start familiarizing themselves with it. There is also a very comprehensive document on the platform, which outlines then in more detail these 12 key priority areas. Next slide, please. The next slide is a screen grab of the homepage of the African Green Stimulus Program. You can see there the supporting partners is AMSON, the UN Environment Program, the African Development Bank Group, and the African Union. And on those tabs, you can then find further information. The projects tab is the one that is still work in progress, and the intention then will be to have a clearly outlined guideline of what kind of proposals can be submitted. And next slide, please. Yeah, so just in conclusion, this program and the online portal is designed to deliver impactful and at scale environment, green economy, and climate change interventions to transform and catalyze Africa's sustainable development towards a low carbon development trajectory by 2030. And it's fostering buy-in, support, and political will from member states, African institutions, agencies, private sector, and civil society to ensure its success. And then finally, this implementation of the African Green Stimulus Program has been fast-tracked by the African Ministers of the Environment to contribute meaningfully towards broader African post-COVID-19 response and recovery programs over the forthcoming decade and beyond. And at most continent-wide platforms that have an environment aspect, this program is also being profiled. Thank you, Chair.
Facilitator, not chair. Chair is Timothy. But thank you so much, for this very interesting presentation, and it's an interesting, very wonderful initiative. I'm very glad that that we were able to catch it and include it into this program. Are there any questions from people in the audience? On the presentation from Roland, except that Roland is just part of the working group. So if you have any technical issues, I suggest that you email to this email address, which sounds generic, but a person will answer to you within less than 24 hours. So it does work. So yeah, and you can get in touch with them and explore this further, but I think it has a lot of interesting facets that TFCAs can explore, especially as we move through a renovation of the program that looks more broadly at what is the impact of TFCAs on socioeconomic and environmental systems management. We have a question from Ashwell from the Wildlife College. When will it open for applications? Do you know?
Yeah, we have our next working group meeting this afternoon, and there will be some indication of guidelines and timelines in that regard. So I will be able to, again, through the Secretariat, provide this community of practice with information in that regard. And it also, that information will also then routinely be filtered through the member states that obviously are then communicated with through the AMSON Secretariat itself also.
Okay, thank you very much. And Steve Collins as a compliment says, thank Roland, looks very interesting, great to see an Africa-wide initiative, and I agree. Thank you very much, Roland. I think if the comments or the questions are finished, thank you for your time and making sure that we had this presentation on the agenda. It's much appreciated.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Look forward to the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Right, and now we have the fourth session, which is the values of TFCAs. And I would like to invite the people who are presenting and managing this session to unmute themselves. And I can then give you the sharing rights so that you will share your own screen and take over the audience from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Let me share my screen.
I don't think you can now. Let me just allow you to share it. So I'll make a co-host, which should allow you to share. I'm going to stop sharing mine. There you go. Thank you, Kat. Is it working? Great.
Okay, hang on. There we go. Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
We can
great.
see.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to discuss with you the study. I think the study has been a long time coming. So there's a lot of people who've been looking forward to this consultancy starting. I think, this is a bit of a longer session. I think the purpose of this session is just to give you a background to what we're going to be doing, a methodology. So I'll present that component. And then the final component of the study of the presentation will be my colleague, Paul Buscher, who will discuss some of the kind of information requests, that type of thing that we need for the study. But with that, I'm just going to start straight away. I think the contents of my presentation, I think just a brief slide about our team composition. I want to just talk about measuring value and understanding value and where we're coming from in this assignment. The next component is the objective of the assignment. Then we have a methodology of this of how we're going to carry out the assignment, the project work plan, and then that last session, the information request. We're going to run it a bit like a workshop. Like I said, Paul will run that side, but yes, I think feel free to ask questions. I think what we can do is we can ask questions once I get to the end of my section, and we can ask questions about the methodology and so on. I want to try to keep it as interactive as possible. I think, the network here has a lot of insights just from the presentations I've seen this morning. I've already learned quite a bit from the different TFCAs and so on, and the other stakeholders. So I think if we can keep it as kind of open as possible, that would be great. Just to give you a purpose, like I said, I think I've gone over this a bit, is just to provide the information, the background, the methodology, and so on. And then it is to facilitate discussion on available information, the data strategies that may be of use to the study. I think what is important to say at this stage is that, we have been contracted by GIZ. I think the total number of days is quite small. So we have to do this quite smart. We have to use as much information as possible that we gather from the network members. So I think, your assistance and your insights are going to be extremely valuable in making this project a success. So just to give you the team composition, it's myself, Carl Harris. I've got an MSc in ecology. I am the project manager for this project, and as well as a systems ecologist. I have about 15 years of experience working in various African countries, a lot in Southern Africa, but further afield as well. And then on the right, we have the rest of the team. We've got Dr. Jackie Crawford, who is our resource economist for the project. We have Paul Buscher, who's our geographer and TFCA specialist. And I think most of you will have known Paul Buscher. And then we've got Kevin Zunkel, who's also an ecologist and also a TFCA specialist. So he's also been involved with the network for a while. So a very experienced team in TFCAs and knowledgeable in what's happening. I think so. It's a very strong team, and I think we can meet the requirements of the tour with this team. So like I said, I think, the first thing I want to do is just try to explain a bit where we're coming from and what we mean when we say measuring the value of biodiversity. So I think, the value is often presented in terms of its contribution to human well-being. And we've seen that through the ecosystem service frameworks developed, the Millennium Ecosystem Service Assessment and so on. And that's always tried to make the link between ecosystems on the one hand and humans and human well-being on the other hand, and the beneficiaries of that. So I think that's the biggest link. So in a recent review by Das Gupta, he did the Economics of Biodiversity, a study that came out in February this year, a very useful study. He looked at kind of typically 6 sources of value, which when we're trying to understand biodiversity. The first one is human existence. I think, we are here because of what nature gives us, because we rely on nature. There's a direct contribution to human health. the amenity value of nature, the use value of biodiversity, i.e. the ecosystem service on which human well-being depends, and the existence value of species. And then the final one, which I think for economists is often the most difficult to try quantify, which is that intrinsic value. So that's the sacredness, the cultural aspects and so on, moral standing, those kind of different values which we get from the environment. And economists has always had have had difficulty in trying to kind of value that. So from that perspective, that's where we sit in trying to measure the value. And that's what we mean by measuring the value of biodiversity. Typically, you know, we're a firm that have done quite a few ecosystem service assessments, valuations in the past. And I think, you know, I think the departure point for us all the time is using the ecosystem service assessment. And that is a kind of a broad definition for a methodology we've developed. I think, you know, I think most people would have seen this diagram and this flow chart. So what it is ecosystem services on the left. So we've got the different types of ecosystem services, provisioning. So those direct kind of benefits that people get from the environment. We get the regulating services. We get the cultural services, the aesthetic, spiritual, educational, recreational, tourism, that type of thing. And those are supported by these supporting services. And then on the right, we've got those constituents of well-being. So that ties into the Dasgupta review and the kind of his take on the different types of values. So it's security, basic materials for good life, health, social relations, freedom of choice and action, and so on. So when we look at these ecosystem service assessments, I mean, this diagram's taken from the Millennium Ecosystem Service Assessment, which I think is already from 2005, but it really provides a very strong framework or a strong background to kind of, or a working model which we use. But since then, there's been a whole bunch of other frameworks that have been developed. So TEEB is probably one of the most popular, ICBES as well, so on. But they all say the same thing. You know, we have to understand what kind of ecosystem services we have, and we have to understand how humans and society benefit from these ecosystem services, and so on. So they're all linked in some ways, but and the basic kind of underlying theory of them is the same. And then I took this diagram as well from the Dasgupta review. I think it's also, you know, there they take it a bit further and they talk about the different components of capital. So this is more in line with linking it with the economy and with people and so on. So if we look at the bottom of this diagram, there we go. I think, can you see it now? Sorry, I'm having a bit of trouble here. We've got ecosystem services at the bottom, which are essentially components of natural capital. So we've got the biodiversity and we've got the abiotic factors, and these essentially underpin everything really as this diagram. So this underpins all of the economy, human capital, and so on. We've got productivity, we've got ecosystem resilience, and those in turn deliver a bunch of ecosystem services. And we've discussed those: provisioning, the regulating, the cultural services, and so on, supporting service. And from that, we get the produced capital, which is often, you get produced capital and you get human capital. And these are expressed in the economy. And when I get to the methodology in a bit later, you'll see how we've tried to connect these different elements of the capital components and the economy in a way which is kind of understandable in our model going forward. Okay. So, you know, as in the terms of reference, you know, I think what was really important there was, you know, there was a diagram, I think, or not, sorry, a document that was developed by one of the working groups on the value of TFCAs, which formed as the terms, which I think was the terms of reference for this consultancy. So there was a lot of work done, and you know, part of that terms of reference was to kind of look at all the different values of TFCAs. So I think, you know, depending on where you're coming from, I think, you know, these different values are different to different stakeholders. So you've got a whole lot of different ones. And I think the first group that I'd like to touch on is enhancing regional integration. So I think, you know, these are things like political stability, resource mobilization, contribution to targets of international conventions. So we've talked to some of them, they've been briefly mentioned here. So it's the IHE targets, SDGs, LDNs, UNCCD, and so on. We've also got we've got biodiversity values, we've got the enhanced efficiency that comes from the management, we've got enhanced law enforcement effectiveness, and so on. We've also got what's really important from a TFCA context is the reconnecting the cultural linkages between different countries and so on. There's a whole bunch of other intrinsic values, I think cultural values and spiritual values. There's also a disaster risk reduction values and climate change values. But I think, you know, what's important is that when we look at all these values, you know, they all come from the TFCAs. They're all ecosystem services in some ways, and they all benefit humans and human well-being and society in other ways. So in essence, if we get the model right straight from the beginning in describing those different ecosystem services, we capture the whole range of different ecosystem services. And I think, you know, when valuation studies have been done in the past, you know, I think it's easy to value the provisioning service. So the amount of reeds that people use, or the amount of grazing, or those kind of those straightforward ones. But, you know, we often forget about these different values, you know, especially the intrinsic values and what's important for TFCAs. I think this enhancing regional integration and these reconnecting cultural linkages are, I think, you know, from what I've been reading and so on, is what the TFC is part of why the TFCAs were formed, you know, is to create this kind of cross-country partnerships and friendships between countries and communities and so on. So I think, you know, in part of our, as part of our framework, you know, we have to understand all of these values and make sure that we kind of acknowledge all of them. So I think that was quite a long way in just talking about what is value and how we measure it. I think from there, you know, we can look at what the objectives of the assignment are. And when we came to, you know, interpreting the terms of reference, I think it's important that, you know, there's a scale of what was required in the terms of reference is pretty big, I think. And I think it's a great study in terms of trying to make the case for TFCAs. But I think that comes with a lot of complexities as well. So I think, you know, the overall objective of the assignment is to develop a value proposition for TFCAs using existing valuation methodologies and utilizing a cost-benefit analysis approach. And the reason why we say existing valuation methodologies, I think, you know, as I said before, valuation has been done for a number of years now. I think, you know, with the Millennium Ecosystem Service Assessment in 2005, there's been several valuation methodologies. And even if you look, I think BioPharma has a link on one of their platforms of different proxies for different valuations of different ecosystems types and ecosystem services and so on. So, you know, the idea here is not to reinvent the wheel, but rather to use the existing methodologies and so on, and then wrap it all up in a kind of a cost-benefit analysis approach that kind of informs how we're going to, what the different kind of scenarios would be for managing these TFCAs. So a kind of a business as usual approach, a more investment approach, a less investment approach, and what the kind of the costs and the benefits of running those different scenarios are in the long run. So, and then just taking a bit deeper, I mean, the final output will not include a resource economic detailed valuation of each TFCA, but rather an evidence-based business case or value proposition that seeks to attract investors. And investors here as well, you know, that's a very broad, it's a very broad group as well. I think from investors, you know, most of money that TFCAs get at the moment are from government or from public funding, so on, and from other sources such as NGOs and that type of thing. But I think, you know, and I think the purpose here is to make a kind of a value proposition for these TFCAs, which attracts a whole bunch of different investors. And I think it's also to show how, for example, you know, the value of these TFCAs to governments and so on in the greater context. So the business case or the value proposition will be structured in a manner that will enable individual TFCAs to also develop similar business cases at an individual TFCA level. So we will do some kind of work, we'll do some work in showing how we value these ecosystem services, and that will be transferable to each TFCA for the TFCAs to go further into developing their own business cases for further development or further funding opportunities. Overall, the approach will take a broad view of the value proposition for the collective of all TFCAs. This will be achieved by drawing on case studies within different TFCAs, which will give a holistic view of the different values present. So I think, from this discussion, this workshop has been very useful in trying to understand where we can get these different case studies and where we can look. I think we have to do our due diligence in understanding the systems and how they work and the different TFCAs. And from then we will draw on specific case studies on ecosystem services from those TFCAs. So we won't do evaluation of each TFCA, but what we'll do is we'll look at the prioritized ecosystem services that stick out for those TFCAs, for different TFCAs. So it could be different. It could be grazing in the one hand, it could be carbon sequestration in the other, it could be water provisioning in the other for the broader economy or whatever it may be. So we'll look at all these ecosystem services and try to pull out from the different, from the TFCAs to build a kind of case study for the collective. Just to go through our methodology in a bit more detail, I think we developed 4 steps, which is an inception, a systems description, a development of the value proposition, and then the final one is the project finalization. I'm not going to go through inception and project finalization. They're pretty straightforward, and that's the normal kind of life cycle of a consultancy project. So what I want to do is just go through the systems description, what we plan to do in that. So I think, the first step is establish contact with the working groups, the network. So through this process, the network, the TFCA network, and so on, but also through other stakeholders. There's a bunch of other players in this. Peace Parks Foundation, Africa Parks. There's BioPharma. There's a whole bunch of NGOs. There's funders and so on, donors, governments, that type of thing. So I think, what the phase we're in now is trying to have a consultation with everyone and try to gather information as much as we can and see what the overall picture is. The second step is this TFCA analysis, which is kind of looking at each TFCA, each of the 18 TFCAs in a very high level, kind of high level way, just to try to understand what's happening in them. And I think, this presentation is the second session this morning, and tomorrow, the next session, I think the second session as well. That's very useful to us, just to see what's happening in those different TFCAs. So there's a spatial component, understanding different, the size of it, the kind of basic things, the size of them, the different biomes that are present, and so on and so on. There's a governance aspect, trying to understand how it works. Important ecological and biodiversity features. That's also important for us to understand. Risks. So the risk to those TFCAs, those risks are going to be very important when we try to attract or try to understand the different scenarios and try to develop the business case in the end. There's a process where we do a high-level ecosystem service identification. And I think for us, this is because we're not going to be able to visit each of the TFCAs, we're going to have use different combinations. We've done this kind of work before, but it's obviously going to be a desktop situation, looking at maps, looking at reports, looking at speaking to TFCA managers and so on, and that type of thing. The next important part is the identification of beneficiaries. This is always important in an evaluation study, is to try and understand who is going to be benefiting, who benefits from these ecosystem services. So it could be, for example, there's communities, obviously, though, the direct beneficiaries right next to the park that utilize. It could be anything from grazing to water to food, all those kind of basic things, but also the regulating services to beneficiaries downstream, and then also to the regional beneficiaries, and then the national beneficiaries, obviously, and then also, like in terms of global beneficiaries. So we'll go through a process of identifying all of those. Another component is understanding, because we're doing a cost benefit analysis, is trying to understand the management costs of these TFCAs. So try to get down to a number, and I think that's always the kind of the dream of the economist, to get one number for something, but I know it'll vary across the different landscapes and so on, but try to get an understanding of the management costs. For example, a per hectare cost of management of these different scenarios, of these different TFCAs. And once we understand that, what are the different, what are the management costs for improving ecosystem services delivery or delivery to beneficiaries? So how much money do you have to put in extra to get a whole lot of more benefits to society and so on? And then once we've done all of that, I think the next stage in the systems description, the final step in this is to look at all the ecosystem services from the different parks, and then prioritize which ones we're going to look at. Try to prioritize a grouping from each, or for provisioning service, the cultural and so on, the tourism, the ecotourism ones, the water provisioning and so on, the cultural and the so try to look at all these different ecosystem services and try prioritize them. And that leads us to the next step. The next step is the valuation, or this development of the value proposition. So leading on from, once we've got our list of prioritized ecosystem services, we've got to value them. So as I said before, I think there's lots of valuation techniques. There's lots of work been done. We call, in a project of this nature, when timelines are pretty short, I think, and we've got to work with desktop data. We often call it a tier 1 valuation. So that's kind of a benefit transfer. So we'll look at other studies where other projects have been done. So we transfer those values, and we obviously make sure that they're still within the limits of the new one, or would they still make sense as such. But it's called a tier 1 valuation. So we'll value those ecosystem services at tier 1 level. The next stage is, once we understand the value of the prioritized ecosystem services, link that to the formal economy of the different regions. So try to understand how these link to the formal economy. So how these economies are dependent on prioritized ecosystem services on ecosystem service in general, and TFCAs as such. Scenario development. I've touched a little bit of the scenario development, and I think we'll have to sit with the steering committee on what scenarios we want to look at. In the terms of reference, they talked about a business as usual, an increased flow of revenue into these, or funding into these TFCAs. What will that do for beneficiaries and ecosystem service and so on? And then from that, the tricky part is the business model development. So how that translates into a business model or a business case for these TFCAs. And when I say business case, I mean, I talk about the value proposition. So looking at what these ecosystems, what these TFCAs deliver to society in general. Okay, sorry. And then there's two key documents that come out. The first one is the technical report. So that's the kind of the thicker, the more detailed report, which is the results, the valuation, the methodology. I think part of the discussions that we had with the steering committee right in the beginning was to make this as readable and accessible as possible. It's no use developing like an 800-page document where it'll be difficult for people to kind of get to even pick it up in the first place. And then the second document is a summary report, which would be in the form of the project investment memorandum. So a very high-level document, short in nature, 15 pages, that type of thing, which goes to decision makers, investors, whoever it may be, highlighting the different benefits of the different TFCAs, the business case, and so on. So as such, this is the methodology. The next slide is just to show like what we'll be doing in the systems description. And this is just a very preliminary discussion. I mean, a preliminary slide. We haven't quite started on this yet, but For every different TFCA, for the 18 TFCAs, we're going to have a kind of a 3-4 page document on the kind of the salient features of each of those TFCAs. So the purpose here is to build like an asset register of TCAs with TFCAs with available data. So an Excel kind of spreadsheet with the different values in the different types of features that are in each of these TFCAs and so on. So this is obviously a very shortened version, but what we want to get to is, something with the area, the TFCA category, the land cover. So what is very helpful is that when we looked at the BioPharma, we've had a discussion with BioPharma already. Their platform has a lot of information for these different TFCAs and landscapes. So there's already quite a bit in about the different biomes, the percentage cover, and so on, the different land cover for that. There's actually quite a lot of available data for these TFCAs on the BioPharma, just on the BioPharma platform. There's also a section on risks. So there's deforestation. I'm just for this Malawi, Zambia, I just looked at it on Google Earth and tried to kind of have a guess on what kind of the major risks are. So deforestation, encroachment, degradation, and then of course climate change, which is going to affect basically all of the parks in slightly different ways. And then try to get a handle of the ecosystem services present for each of these. So I know Anika, for example, in part of the Malawi, Zambia, is very important as a water provisioning tower for the economy and so on like that. There's carbon sequestration, there's biodiversity values, there's cultural services and so on. So that I think one of the most difficult parts of the study is trying to look at this in a high level way and trying to get the ecosystem services from that which are most pertinent to that TFCA. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to. All right, and so I think this will be my last flow diagram, but I like to show flow diagrams. It helps me conceptualize when we're designing projects and so on. But when I discussed at the beginning with the different types of value, I talked about the different ways that different types of capital and how they relate to each other. So we've got the 3 types of capital here. I've got natural, produced, and the human capital. And what I've done is, the starting process for this is the transfrontier conservation, the TFCA itself, which becomes the asset in this project. There's a whole bunch of risks and so on that play out on these different TFCAs. They could relate from deforestation, degradation, alien invasives, climate change, land use change, all that type of thing. But generally, these TFCAs produce a whole bunch of ecosystem services. So the provisioning, the regulating, the culture, the supporting. So this category here, we call the natural capital. This is the asset, and these are the ecosystem services they do, that they produce. We move on to the produced capital, and this is the economic sectors. So how these different ecosystem services affect the different categories within these economic sectors. So it could be agriculture, it could be energy, it could be ecotourism, it could be manufacturing and public health. So the delivery of ecosystem service, the production of ecosystem service here impacts directly on the produced capital, the economic sectors. So that's expressed through GDP, jobs, all those kind of sectors, all those kind of indicators. And then, the final thing is the human capital. So how this affects and how this benefits surrounding communities, the regional, the global community, and so on. And then in here, we've got the different costs of different operational, and this is where our scenario analysis comes in. So to understand the costs of keeping these TFCAs well managed and compliant and all those type of things, but also how much more money, how much extra money do we need? How much further investment do we need to improve the flow of natural capital that improves the economic actors, which the economic sectors, which improves the benefits to human capital, to society, and so on. So we call this as the whole framework. It's called the Ecosystem Service Assessment Framework, and we've brought in the capital goods. So this is kind of the model that would be used and creating to develop this going forward. Okay, so I'm nearing the end of my I'm nearing the end of my component of the presentation, but just to give you an idea of the project work plan, the final deliverable date for this is 16th February. So it's 60 days spent over the whole project. We've developed, I think the inception report was shared with everyone. We've had an inception meeting. We're on this inception report, this one here, sorry, that we're presenting at the moment. Our first technical draft is for the 5th of November, which will incorporate the systems description, as well as and the prioritized ecosystem services. We'll have another presentation with the network at some point. There's a technical and summary report, which is 6th of December, and then project finalization from about the 16th of February. So this is the 16th of February. So there's a long way to go. We're in the beginning. We've done quite a bit, but I think, you know, this is the beginning of a long process of stakeholder consultation, data analysis, and so on. Okay, so I don't know if we want to stop there and if we have any questions regarding the methodology before we go on to Paul's section. Clara, I don't know if you want to, I can't manage this too well if I've got the screen here and I've got that. So
sorry, yes, there are no questions in the chat, but I'm happy to see if there's any participants who have a question to ask before we give the word. Yes, Tanzania, Professor Munishi.
Yes, thank you very much. And I just would like to work on the methodology. The team says that they won't have time to go into the field. My experience is you might end up writing something that is written by everybody in terms of evaluation. Ecosystem services, the way they are taken or used at the grassroots, at the lowest level, actually might be very different from what is written. And they might as well be different from what we think they are being used or developed. So I'm not sure if it would be good to really get some people who can assist you in the field to see really and exactly what is happening at the grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Kyle, would you like to answer to Professor Munishi?
Yes, thank you, Professor. I think, you know, you're absolutely right. You know, obviously, I'm a systems ecologist. I'm an ecologist. So I love getting into the field and seeing what's happening. You're right. Nothing can beat the kind of the in the field, you know, the in the field, not experience, but the information you can gather from being in the field. Unfortunately, we have a couple of things. I think, you know, the timeframes of the projects are very short. And I think, you know, the whole purpose of the study is to develop this value proposition. And part of what we have to do is document a methodology which TFCAs can use to kind of undertake evaluation by themselves through consultants or whatever it is. So we will give guidance in part of the project on how how TFCAs can do it themselves. But I think, you know, that's the one aspect of it, you know. But I think your point on getting people in the field, I think that's part of this process, is to try and understand, you know, try to to present what we're going to be doing here, and as well as, you know, to say, you know, we need help with kind of gathering some of the information. If anyone has information on for example, the TFCAs, on obviously we'll have information on the TFCAs, but, you know, like specific examples on Inika, for example, or whatever it is, or wherever it is, I think, you know, that's part of the process that we need to have going forward, is this consultation and this data gathering and so on. Thank you. Are there any other questions? If there's no other questions, I think, oh, sorry, is there a question here from?
There is a raised hand by Roland. Yes, go for it, Roland.
Thank you. And this is going to be great work for our sector. I just want to give a quick bit of information that the biodiversity economy and sustainable use team in the department in South Africa have just done some quite groundbreaking work in developing biodiversity economy satellite account, similar to a tourism satellite account. And they've been doing this under the leadership of SANBI and SADC SA, that looks at GDP and employment numbers as measured by SADC SA. And I'm just wondering if that may be interesting to share, so that it also provides an extra stream of information to complement the stronger ecosystem services approach that is on the table.
Thank you, Roland. Kyle?
Yeah, Roland, I think that'll be great to share. I think that's a great initiative. I think any information at this stage and any ways of linking it, I mean, the wildlife economy is going to be a big component, I think, of all the TFCAs. And I think part of the value proposition for investment and so on is going to be around the wildlife economy. So I think, yeah, I mean, if you could share that, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland and Kyle. Can we give the word to your colleague, Paul Büscher? Can we give a welcome back to Paul?
Okay.
And take over the rest of the presentation for us before we close the day. Thank you.
Thanks, Clara and the team. Yes, it's good to chat to you. Now comes the call to action, the request to actually address some of the requests for this study. The promise was made to us as a consulting team that we've got the entire network to draw on and to help us answer that one question that comes up often, and that is the question around how valuable are TFCAs, and do they still have value now after almost 25 years of implementation? That question is asked by ministers, it's asked by donors, it's asked by NGOs and implementing partners all the time. Is there still value? And how do you calculate that value? Because that would depend on who is asking the question at the local level, at a village level, or at a international donor conference level. So the data requests that we are looking at and that we would really like to drill into is, like Carl mentioned, the specific information on the TFCAs. What was the motivation, the rationale for actually establishing it, and is it still meeting its objective? If you've got any case studies and material that we can tap into that is coming out of that. We know a study was done a few years ago on the value of the water towers of the Nyika National Park in the Malawi-Zambia TFCA. And we know that 15% of the water for Lake Malawi is generated out of that one water tower that exists. We also know that the Kaza TFCA is one of the major water towers within the region, supplying water for quite a few people. We know 2 million people influence that water, but 9 million people actually benefit from the water that's generated within the Kaza landscape. So looking after the water of 9 million people affects the livelihoods of 2. And how do you now calculate that into real tangible values? So any existing case studies and reports that you could share as network, as partners, or even as working group members who have already raised your hands to be part of this process. We are looking at focused research projects within the TFCAs that have been done. Things like the carbon valuation in the Luangwa Valley, looking at the various contributions of grazing and grazing potential in the TFCAs, and also the benefits reports, specific ones, of people living close to the TFCAs or within the protected areas in this TFCA. There are various TFCA structure meeting reports that tap onto some of these that you could share. Working with Netsai and Dr. Nyambe at the Kaza Secretariat, We have looked at various of those structure meeting reports, the motivations about why the Kasa landscape, what is that big magic number needed to make sure ecosystem functioning and all the ancillary benefits, alternative livelihoods are being tapped into and looked at. Similarly, with the GLTFCA, there's been the livelihood studies that have been done, as well as the intention to drill into this even further. We know that there are various donor reports around the motivation of large landscapes, but to be able to motivate why something like the Kasa Dream Fund project looking at the Kwanda WDA is important, we've got to be able to answer that question, is bigger better? Today, it's several times, I think in a few of the presentations, claims were made that this is one of the biggest conservation landscapes in the world. Kasa, is it Kasa? Is it Nyasa Salu? Is it the GLTFCA? These large landscapes, are they really valuable? Or like the biodiverse landscapes, the living legacy landscapes, if we start looking at that, is it focused area looking at smaller and looking at representative samples better? What is the answer? Is the value in size or is it the value in impact in terms of conservation? We really need to look at those and see how they are contributing. And we will be touching base with you to be able to pick up that. Under the SADC TFCA strategies, there are several, and I think we will be asking the various practitioners how they've been applying that at the SADC level, at the regional level, as well as in drilling directly into the local level. And then also looking at some of those intangible resources. In Kasa, the cultural heritage route has been picked up under the World Heritage Site of the Okavango Delta. It links with Sedilo Hills. It links cultures across border. But is there a way that you could even attach a financial value to the cultural heritage and the reconnection across colonial borders? And then also looking at special conservation strategies, touching on things like the Kasa Carnivore Conservation Strategy, how the value of that, 25% of the world's population of wild dog in Kasa. Similarly, Nyasa Salu, 50% or more than 50% of the world's wild dogs occur in that landscape. How do you go about motivating that big landscape level conservation is actually valuable, but how much is needed to be able to effectively protect that? So we are going to ask you, call to action, please help us to get this done, to get the information in. You've got our contact details. You will be able to tap in, contribute, put it onto the Google Drive so that we can use that information and then engage one-on-one with your structures or with yourselves to be able to do that. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul and Kyle. I think you bore the brunt of being the last set of presentations for the day. But everything has been said, and you can leave your contact details on for a second so people can take note. Everybody has learned about your project that you're undertaking for SADC, and so they will be able to be in touch with you. And on that note, just to remember people that we will share the presentations of the deck, so you will have everybody's presentations and the contact details where available. So you will be able to not only listen, but also to have the visual alongside as well. So we're coming to the end of today. Before I give the word back to Timothy Chana, our chair from Malawi, would like to thank you all, the director of SADC Fund, the presenters, SADC for hosting, the delegations of the member states and the interpreters as well, who did a wonderful job. And on that note, a little reminder to all the representatives of the member states, to the interpreters, and to any donor represented in this group that is willing to attend and is interested to attend. We're going to have a meeting at 2:15 using the same link and passcode. So using the same platform, meeting link and passcode on the category B and category C TFCAs in order to help them move forward. So this session is facilitated by, is hosted by SADC, and I will help in the facilitation. And we would like to remind the member state that their participation is required, because we're all together within SADC and within the program to help all the TFCAs in their development and management. And reminder of the interpreters to also join in at 2:15 for our last session. It only is 1 hour to discuss the present and the future of Category B and Category C TFCAs. Mr. Chair, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for allowing me to facilitate the meeting on behalf of the steering committee.
Thanks very much, Clara. I think in the interest of time, I will not say much. This far, I would just like to say a big thank you to all the presenters who have made their presentations since this morning. I think it's been quite a very good opportunity where we've gone through very informative presentations. So I would like to really say thank you for the effort that you made and your time that you put into bringing together this amount of information, which is so valuable to the network. We've gone through a lot of things, going through information about progress reports and the activities that have been implemented so far. And we have also seen even the new existing opportunities for partnerships and funding. All this packed together, I think, for the benefit of this meeting by you presenters. I would like to really say thank you. Let me also extend thanks to the audience for the wonderful participation and the inputs made so far. I think we really appreciate it's been active. It was a long sessions, but I think it was worthwhile. We really appreciate your persistence to attend up to this far and also make contributions. I will not be doing justice if I don't say thank you also to the interpreters and also Clara for the wonderful facilitation. These contributions from the interpreters and also Clara made it, I mean, a successful meeting so far. So I'd like really to say a big thank you to all. Looking forward to those who have to meet this afternoon to close the day on a successful note. With these few words, I would like to close the sessions for today until we meet again. For those of us meeting this afternoon, let's meet at 14:30 as Clara has indicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Timothy. Goodbye to everybody. See you tomorrow at 8:30 and for the meeting of the steering committee member states for the Category B and C TFCA at 2:15 today. Thank you.